Maybe a round of applause, yes. Daniel can't be here, but on his behalf. I'd now like to invite our next speakers to take a seat. And of course, to invite Richard Bell to join us. Sorry, wherever you prefer. For those who missed the introductory remarks, today we're thrilled to be joined by Latin ÉLEFAN, specifically Natalia Perez and Sarah Goldsvik, and also some local traders from the Elephant Castle Shopping Centre, Ahmed Megahead and Diana Sachs. And we're also thrilled to be joined by Jeremy Ogilvie-Harris from the Southwark Law Centre. Before we dive into the conversation, I might hand over to Richard Bell to say a few words about Embassy and how this project came to be, and then we'll move forward to continue to talk about the closure of the shopping centre.
Spoken? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. Just a quick word about the history of the tent embassy. It was a protest that was that happened in 1972 in response to the Prime Minister saying that his government would never give land rights to Aboriginal people. That prompted a meeting in Sydney. The Aboriginal community there in Redfern decided that they would send 4 young men down to the national capital to protest this, and they would begin that protest by establishing an Aboriginal tent embassy, which was an anomaly because if you don't have an embassy in your own country, so that in itself, declaring an embassy, was a declaration of Aboriginal sovereignty. And they went down there, and that protest site has been in constant use since then. So it's one of the longest running protests in the world. In 2009, 10, 11, 12, young Aboriginal people were setting up Aboriginal embassies, like in the cities and also small towns, and they were using that as a site of protest for to discuss the issues that were happening in their towns, like anything from housing to education and health conditions, this sort of thing. So I just thought, wow, this is amazing, that these young people have reached into the past and pulled this phenomenon out and began to use it. And I thought I'd do a tribute to that, to the older people and from 1972, but also to those young people at that time. And the first Aboriginal tent embassy wasn't actually a tent, because the 4 men who went down to Canberra didn't have a tent, and they didn't have a budget for a tent. They had to try to find one, and they couldn't. But the best they could find was a beach umbrella, and that became the first Aboriginal tent embassy. And my first Aboriginal embassy was a tribute to both those groups of people, and it was a beach umbrella as well. And I just thought I'd just do one, and then I got invitations from all around the world, New York, Amsterdam, Kassel, Jakarta, Moscow, Jerusalem, other places than that too. So anyway, that was 10 years ago, and here I am here in the Tate Modern with this tribute to my people. Thanks for coming. Now we're going to be talking about, I think pretty much about what happened in that film. So,
in that case, maybe Natalia, we'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank Richard for inviting us to be part of this project. We appreciate your support and the solidarity with the cause, and of course solidarity as well with the regional community from Latin ÉLEFAN. So we are, Latin ÉLEFAN is a local charity, and we set up a registered charity in 2014 in response to the concerns that we sense were coming for the whole community in ÉLEFAN and Castle with the whole regeneration. Our chair, Pater Roman, had been doing some academic research in the area, and she had been very involved with the local community of traders, and she wanted to act on these concerns with a charity that would focus on supporting the community of traders with various in various aspects. First of all, bringing people together to engage and participate in the planning process, because there were concerns about what was coming. And we felt that it was important to be part for them and for the community to be part of this process and to voice their concerns in terms of the impact that it would have for the community. So that was part of the main idea of creating the charity. At the same time, we have been doing some research to try and inform planning policy so that it's inclusive, it's accessible, and it takes into account the needs of the communities that are there and that are affected by huge projects that will otherwise see them uprooted and displaced from the area. So this is just a brief summary of what we do. And well, at the moment, we're here today with various colleagues. We've got Valerie with us in the audience. Hello, Valerie. We'll also have Sarah here with us, and I know that I've got colleagues watching online. So we're here today just to tell you a little bit more about the work that we have been doing and our plans as well for the future. As an organization, we aspire for the area to be the Latin Quarter, and this case for it to be protected as the Latin Quarter in London. So thank you very much for your time today and for your interest. I'm going now to pass on to Sarah.
Hi. So I will just, oh yeah, the clicker. Sorry, wrong way. So the shopping center, as Daniel's film spoke about, was built in the 1960s and has kind of gone through, or had gone through, various stages of hold it closer, sorry. Various kind of iterations, but it was pink at one point. But beginning in '92 was kind of when it became a big Latin American hub in London. And here are just some quick facts about the traders that were there. So 40% of businesses in our own research were identified as being women-led or owned, which is higher than the London average. 80% of the traders were from Black, Latin American, or other racially and ethnically marginalized backgrounds, and collectively spoke 26 different languages. There were 10 traders with over 3 decades at the shopping center when it was demolished. There were over 130 small businesses that were within what's called the Red Line, and that's the area that was set to be redeveloped in the planning application. The shopping center was more than just a commercial center. It was a very important cultural hub in the area, and I think that Daniel's film speaks a lot to that. It wasn't just a place where people came to buy the things that they needed, or to, there was a passport office, there were banks, but it was also a place where people came to find the resources that they needed and to find the information that wasn't accessible to them elsewhere. And I think that when we talk about the loss of the shopping center, we can't just talk about the loss of the commercial spaces. And I think that both Emma and Diana will speak to what else was lost when they share their stories. But in addition to the shops that were lost, there was also a massive bingo hall, and the bingo hall was a key cultural and social center for a lot of people in the ÉLEFAN and Castle community. And I think the loss of that has been pretty substantial. There are community members who still express not having places to go and not having places to be, and that is something that's not been replaced and isn't, that it's just not replaceable. Just in terms of the campaign, the original plans by the developer had absolutely no relocation spaces, and they had very, very few community benefits. So the new town center that's being built is a mixed-use development, which means it combines housing, retail. University of Arts London is actually moving their campus there. It's a pretty big development. Only 33 of the homes were going to be available at socially rented levels, which is about 40, maybe 50% of market rate. There were other homes that are considered affordable, but that's up to 80%. So whether that's actually affordable for local people is debatable. But as a result of the campaign, we were able to secure 116 homes for social rent. We were able to relocate 45 traders, more or less. The kind of reality of that relocation is not as straightforward, I'd say. We were able to get an uncapped relocation fund, but I think that Jeremy will speak to this a little bit more in his section. The kind of vague wording within the S106, which is what the planning obligations is called, and also kind of the enforcement of it by the council has meant that the benefits that could have been provided to the community haven't actually been realized. So here are some of the traders. We had an exhibit with another community group called Flat 70, a local art collective. And these are some of the photos that we were able to collect for that. So there's some of the businesses. This is the shopping center now. It's a massive construction site. It's very much just both metaphorically and quite literally a hole in the center of the community. This is a picture of the bingo hall, kind of the entrance to the bowling. So here are some photos from earlier. This is a photo of La Bodeguita, which Diana will speak about because that's her business. This is kind of the entrance. I think it's helpful to see what was there, especially if you go to visit, because the entire geography of the area has completely shifted. And now it's really hard to kind of imagine where, how the shopping center fit in, like where everything was. This is the market that was outside. Here's a little bit more about the winds. So there are kind of two main relocation spaces that were produced as part of this kind of relocation process. The first is Castle Square. It's considered temporary. It's in the center of kind of Delancey, who's one of the developers, their development area within Elephant Park, just on the other side of where the shopping center was. There were 19 businesses that were relocated there. One has left because he couldn't make enough money. Diana will speak a bit more about this as well, because she has a business that's been relocated there. What's become very clear with this space is that the managed decline that kind of dominated the last several years at the shopping center has just been placed elsewhere. So the kind of care that should be provided to be able to maintain this space so that businesses can run successfully just hasn't been there. This is Ash Avenue. It's connected to the Castle Square. The unit at the corner where it says new restaurants coming soon is supposed to be where La Bodeguita is going to be relocated. That's been a process for 2.5 years without any end, and Diana will also speak about that. The second place is ÉLEFAN Arcade. This is where Ahmed was relocated to. It's a converted parking garage under a council housing building. The council realized that there weren't enough affordable spaces nearby, and so they decided to convert one of their own spaces. It's not necessarily suitable for businesses. You can't really tell that there's anybody inside, and I'll let Emma speak a little bit more about that. But yeah, I think it's just, in my last minute to wrap up, I think it's important to recognize that there's a level of instability that was created by the regeneration of the shopping center, which has set the stage for all of these other crises that we've experienced over the past 2 years. So on top of regeneration, you had COVID, you had Brexit, you have had the cost of living crisis. And the impact that this has had on the traders has meant that everything that would already have been hard has just been made a lot harder. And so it's a challenge. I think that's, yeah. So actually, Dana has asked if we can do more of a Q&A type. Oh, well, I'll go back.
Oh my goodness. That's beautiful pictures. Thank you.
Deanna, do you want to start by talking a little bit about when you first arrived at the shopping center and how you started your business?
Sure. To start with, I just want to thank you to Latin ÉLEFAN and Helen, Mr. Richard, to invite me to talk about our experience into the shopping center and what is going on really with the relocation at present. Back to year 1998 was at the time that I took one of the small shops in the shopping center. It was called La Bodeguita Deli at the time, which in my vision, being Latin and come to this country and start process something as an owner, trader, and making myself a successful business. A shopping center was a shopping center for our own community. It was not only shops related to people coming and try to buy something. No, it was the house for all Latin community. Everybody gathered usually into the shopping center only because it was comfortable for us to be in, but at the end, it was very few businesses at that time. I think by 2004 or 5, I started hearing that the shopping center will be demolished, but it was something that I hear it, but I never really thinking it's going to happen. During those years, I took another unit where we make a restaurant, which it was suitable for 120 people, or covers that we serve those customers. And at that time, La Bodeguita had been a place for people feeling as our own house. The welcome that we give it to all our customers, I feel that it's always something that we all got that kind of mark in our life for the moment that we were living at the time that we was trading. Time went, and the idea of relocation or the idea of the demolition of the shopping center become more precisely than is going to happen. And I did trust that the relocation is going to be something that we should all will have a positive step, because of the shopping center was deteriorated too much. And when I say too much, it's because people, or I don't know, start hearing that the business are closing. The shopping center wasn't not that kind of place than other communities, because I know if the Latin American community prefer to be in the shopping center, other communities thinking that the shopping center need to be in a better condition or better development. And I did try in one of the meetings to say what we know, or why our landlord did not try to rebuild the shopping center. Instead of being demolished, but it never was like a position for anyone to think about it. The idea was that the shopping center will disappear. That I say the relocation came, and I was very thrilled to thinking that new environment, new people, new. For me, it was a challenge of having a new world because everything on paper looked so amazing. And I did always support the idea because sometimes when another tenants or traders come in and talk to me, and they say, why you not feel like it frustrating? I say, wow, we need to think for the future. This is a new future, a new maybe a successful business for all of us because it's going to be something so different. But at the time, when many meetings and COVID came, and I think because of COVID, they took the opportunity to make ourselves, after the few people already relocated, I was relocated with one of the uni, with the cafe, then I will end up in Castle Square. And with the restaurant, up to today, still I negotiated the uni because it has been very, very hard to make them to understand my position after 2.5 years thinking that I'm going to have a place to trade. But the negotiation for them is meaning that I have to invest into the unit with over £300,000 before I can get a unit that is with a affordable rent, as they call it, for me to get a business to trading. This business is not just only my own, it's a family business. I got 2 brothers and myself. It has been very difficult, the negotiation, because I do mention many times that we had no income for 2.5 years because I was waiting. Practically, I stuck my life thinking that the hopes or trust that I have that the landlord will reubicate us never happened. It's not happening. And actually, 2 days ago, I have a deadline for me to propose what I'm going to do because they say they are tired of waiting that something happens, and the expectation for them is for me to invest in the unit before I can have that for us to carry on working. It's very frustrating, very, very frustrating. And regarding the small unit, Castle Square is such a beautiful place. Everybody, you just walk past over there, you always feel like, wow, what an amazing place. You always feel like, yes, this is it. It's beautiful, it's nice, and it's very beautiful, but the design of Castle Square have been done so badly, so much bad, that for people to get into Castle Square to start with, it's very complicated because it has no any signage to start that, and St. Cotton Ball as well. It's not inviting people to come in and see or have a look. And there is plenty of other businesses. A part of my cafe, there are restaurants, there are people who selling clothes, jewelry, repairs, mobile phones. There's plenty of other small shops, even at the top, in the ground floor as well. But for that have been very, very difficult to achieve after 2.5 years of trade because we took over that on September 2020. A part of that, my business, my cafe, then I believe that for me relocation was the meaning of like for like, and I have very small unit. I have before 40 covers. On this one, I go only about 10 people who can sit comfortably in. But our trading in that place is completely difficult because for me, people don't feel like it's something to welcome you to be around there, to know that we are 6 and we try to do our best to survive. And practically that is all of us are doing, is surviving in a place that is just beautiful, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Imad. I'm one of the displaced traders from the shopping center. Allow me first to talk a little bit about myself, so to give you an idea of who I am. I'm originally from Egypt, and I lived half of my life in Egypt. And I came to the UK the second half of my life. so I won't say the exact year, so that way you can work out my age. I came from a society basically where I went to university and I got educated, but it's a place where how can you say, it's who you know rather than what you know. So if you know somebody in power, then you basically can get places, and I really didn't like that concept. So that was my basically idea of where I came from. I love my country, but I don't like the way it's governed. So I'm what you call an economical refugee. So I came to the UK in search for a better life. I started the university again from scratch. I got educated, and I had great respect for the way the law is adhered to in this country. And basically, yeah, I worked mainly in educational sector, in IT, and one day in 2010, I decided to give all that up, and I say invest into my own skills, and open up a small shop, just a modest shop in Elephant and Castle Shopping Centre. And the first thing I found, allow me to make a disclaimer, all the people you saw in the film, like 90% of them were my customers. And I didn't speak a word of Spanish when I came to the shopping centers, but I taught myself Spanish so I can integrate with that community. And what a great community it was. And all of them became my customers. And I was there. And then my idea of democracy and fairness came somehow clouded in 2017-18 when the shopping center application was allowed. In 2013-14, we had an invitation. Basically, this is after 4 years of being in trade inside the shopping center, that the shopping center will be demolished. And it's got new owners, and they're going to put the application through. So I went to the meeting, and the first statement that was made to us was, we're going to apply to redevelop the shopping center, and our advice to you is to find another place to trade because your face will no longer fit. And that statement made me very angry. And I asked the person, what do you mean our face will no longer fit? No, don't get me wrong. We're just basically looking out for your interest. I said, but you don't know me to look out for my interest. How can you look out for my interest when you don't know me? It was the first time we meet. And he said, basically, when the new people that move into the area will come, that kind of businesses of yours will no longer be needed. People will basically be looking for something else. And so I really don't understand your statement. You mean you don't have any rights? Any other place in replacement of what we're going to lose? No. Look, we're going to move you and then move you again? Economically, it doesn't make sense. So our advice, just go find somewhere else to trade from now. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not agreeing to your statement. And this is when I decided to take my role to go to the traders and create what we call the Traders Association. So I contacted the council and I said, how can I form a trader association? They said, there's no such a thing. There's a tenants association, but no commercial. I said, all right. So I made a website, I made an email address, and had a letter, and I went to all the traders and explained to them, broken down to them exactly what's going on. And I was a focal person to explain to them every time we move one step forward, basically what's happening. So I used to take it on me to go to them and explain to them, this is what's going to happen, this is your rights, this is what you deserve. And after a while, I started to see something not right with the behavior of the council and the business advisor that were helping us. There's something not really straightforward, something suspicious. So I've decided to basically enforce the basic rule of security that everybody is a suspect, and then start to let people in slowly as we filter them. So the two great organizations were Latin Elephant and 35% And basically, we started to campaign, and we went to the council meeting. We were allowed only 3 minutes among the three of us, three organizations, to talk and express our point of view, why we oppose the relocation plan. Because in my idea, it was a way of gentrification, gentrifying the area, getting rid of businesses. And I'm thinking, why are they doing all of that? And obviously, the main reason is the council officers and planning officers were really siding up with the developers is because eventually when they retire, they will be consultant for these developers. What a better person to be a consultant than a person who worked for years in the planning department. Then they will employ them. So they want to keep a sweet relationship with them. So every time we oppose a point, they will basically come back. We realized that we're fighting corruption in its greatest form. So I decided to do a search into the applicant. And the applicant basically was ÉLEFAN and Castle Property Limited, the one that I used to pay my rent to. And then suddenly they changed their address to be registered offshore, where they were registered in London before. And then suddenly they basically siding up with communication, other vehicles, companies called DV4, who are responsible for communication. When you look at DV4, they're also registered offshore. And then all of these companies, basically none of them were the owner of the shopping center. It was ÉLEFAN and Castle. Delancey was nothing more than but just an agent. So I asked a question in the planning committee, how come you're allowing Delancey to sit in the hearing? Do you know the applicant? The applicant is ÉLEFAN and Castle Property Limited. Where are they? And they said, they just basically said, no, this is not a valid point. This is not a planning point. How can that be not a planning point? I can't go and sit in a planning hearing for my neighbor. It just won't be allowed. And they allowed that. This is where all the suspicious came about. And basically, the idea of relocating people to different sites is nothing more but satisfying the criteria. Do you knew that the new relocation places is not going to work and it's going to act nothing more but a filter? Who is going to survive these 5 years? Which is going to be maybe 1 or 2 traders. And eventually this will be the 10% they allowed. So if you see on the screen here, that was my shop on the left-hand side. It was 1,000 square feet, and they moved me to a place which I left now, ÉLEFAN Arcade. And it's just the whole thing is really, really sad, and it needs to be exposed. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
So I'm here on behalf of Southwark Law Centre, and thank you on behalf of Southwark for Richard and Latin Elephant for asking us to come and join this panel. We've been helping the traders sort of with the legal side of things for the last 5 years or so. And just to give you an idea of what Southwark Law Centre is, we're a part of something called the Law Centres Network, which is a collection of charities who give legal representation and advice to people on sort of social justice issues, including, well, the traditional areas will be housing, welfare benefits, immigration. Now, in the last 5 years, Southwark Law Centre has led this innovation of trying to bring law centres into doing planning-related work, because we realize that many of the issues that people are facing are systemic. So, for example, we were hearing earlier in Daniel's video about social housing and the issues there. The idea is that we are trying to allow the local community to have a voice in the planning process by giving them legal advice and representation. As I'll show you, it's a very complex system, and as Emad was saying, if you don't put things in the right terms, something that's sort of legally recognizable, you'll just be told, this is not a planning point, we're not going to consider what you're saying. So I'm first going to give a little summary of sort of how the planning system works, and then get into sort of how this operated in the ÉLEFAN and Castle shopping centre context. The planning system is extremely complex and one could say inaccessible. The basic process that we've been hearing is a developer makes an application to the council, then you have sort of planning officers who work with the developer, and it goes to local councillors on the planning committee who decide whether or not to grant the application. There's kind of this mishmash of what we call material considerations. So there's policies that exist that the council need to consider when they're making a decision. The policies say, for example, we need to maintain diversity and business in the area. We're going to provide 10% affordable retail units and things like that. The council also needs to consider something that we call the public sector equality duty. So this is the duty on all public authorities to make sure that they're taking into account equality's impacts and any steps that they need to do to mitigate that. So, for example, we heard that about 80% of the businesses in Elephant and Castle Shopping Centre were Black, Latin American or marginalised communities. So Southwark Council had to say, what are we going to do to make sure that these people don't lose out, they don't miss out? Now, all these legal duties and policies are great as a matter of black letter law, but what really matters is what happens in practice. And as we saw in Daniel's video, those people who had legal representation were able to get relocated to good sites. Everyone else kind of lost out. So organizations like Latin Elephant, 35% campaign, and Southwark Law Centre, we try to make sure that people do have a voice. Because if you don't have representation, you don't get heard. So there were some real issues that came up. So as we heard earlier, the way that sort of people's rights are protected in terms of relocation, affordable space, is something called a Section 106 agreement. And that kind of is an agreement between the council and the developer about what the developer is going to do. So the first thing was this relocation fund. As we saw on the figures, Delancey, the developer, put about £600,000 into this fund, and Southwark matched that with £200,000. And this was meant to be there to support traders to cover, various costs that might arise. So, for example, legal costs for taking a new lease, or surveyor costs, or removal costs of moving to premises. Now, the reality is that traders only got about £2,000 each, which was woefully inadequate. The reality is that most of this money was spent on consultants hired by the council, which didn't really add much to the process. So now, for example, traders who are relocating into new units are unable to access funding for legal advice about their leases, their commercial leases. And this is super important because that is going to set out what your agreement is going to be with your landlord, and if you breach that, you could end up being evicted. Now, the problem is that the way that the agreement was worded was very vague, and it didn't really set out what these funds would be used for. So then the developer can essentially do what they want with that money. That's a real problem. In terms of Castle Square, so on the topic of leases, so the landlord has put something in the lease which prohibits the traders from forming a traders association, right? So the traders are denied by their lease any ability to have collective action. Now, of course, if they had legal advice, if they had an equal bargaining position with the developer, then they wouldn't have agreed to this. But now they're denied this by the wording of the lease. Now, Southwark Council needs to take this into account, and before 106 agreements are, enforced or agreed, make sure that they're specific enough to prevent developers from prohibiting collective action. Because collective action allows the traders to band together and balance that inequality of arms. Another issue is fit-out costs, and Diana has experienced this, where the developer has agreed to provide affordable retail units. Now, when it actually comes to moving into those retail units, the 106 agreement doesn't say what the condition of those units are. So in Diana's case, for example, they've given her an empty unit, which they then said you have to pay to fit this out. Now, not focusing on Diana's, but other circumstances as well, often the costs of fitting out these units are about £1 million. So these are meant to be affordable units, but it's not affordable if you have to pay £1 million. Now, if you are a high street firm like Pret-a-Manger or something like that, it's very easy to pay that amount of money. So what happens is you end up with this gentrification where smaller traders that may be Latin American, have probably been in the shopping center for 10, 20 years, are unable to actually move into these units. Now, Southwark Council needs to realize that the way to combat this is to, again, be specific in the 106 agreement. So what you say is, the affordable retail units should be ready to operate from day one at no cost to the traders. So from a legal perspective, there are duties that exist and there are policies that exist which should protect the Latin American community and other racialized communities in the area. But the reality is that in practice, when agreements between the council and developer are vaguely worded and not properly protecting people's rights, then the developer will use everything it can to avoid protecting the rights of those traders. So we kind of have sort of 4 things that we say are key lessons to take forward. First, traders can't be kept in the dark, and their participation in the process needs to be facilitated. And this needs to be done in more than just sort of voluntary organizations stepping in, although that's important, but for example, we can't give commercial lease advice. So developers need to put money forward to allow traders and the community to have legal representation from experts in their area. Second, the relocation fund and the purposes of that need to be agreed in advance before the council gives permission, and it needs to be specific about what they are going to be used for. Third, one way to combat sort of traders ending up in a situation where they don't know what's going to happen, they're required to pay these fit-out costs, is to agree private treaties between the developer and the tradie at an early stage. So, for example, if we say in the private treaty, you're going to get an affordable retail unit, but you're not going to have to pay anything, and when you start there, everything will be kitted out properly. That would protect traders' issues. Now, all of these things are still very much live. So there's a development being proposed at the moment for the ÉLEFAN Centre, for those of you who knows that area in Peckham. It's a very similar issue. The developer, Berkeley Homes, is not really taking into account the diversity of the traders there. They aren't taking into account that, for example, there are many small traders operating in single shop units. And we are very concerned that going forward, this may lead to a situation very similar to what's happened in ÉLEFAN and Castle. And as a final plug, we're currently helping 35% Campaign and other objectors in an appeal that's going in front of the Planning Inspectorate, because one of the developers, which was supposed to be building housing in the ÉLEFAN and Castle area, has now gone back on that and said that they want to build an office block instead. And obviously we're in the middle of a housing crisis and we need housing. Now, in that circumstance, we're crowdfunding. That's how we're going to end up challenge that decision. That's not a problem. But when it comes to a situation like with the ÉLEFAN and Castle, if you want to challenge a decision like that, you can't get legal aid because traders earn too much even if they aren't earning a lot. And the risk is that if you issue a claim against the council or the developer, you could end up having pay costs of 100,000, 150,000, and no trader can risk taking on those legal costs. So you end up in a situation where you are denied the ability to enforce your rights in when something like this impacts you, which is very concerning.
Is this working? Oh, yeah. Perhaps you need to establish an entity offshore to do that.
So sorry, Helen, if you would allow me, please. I know you just alluded to a crowd justice campaign that's taking place at the moment as we speak, because more affordable, genuinely social housing is needed. And I note, I mean, I don't know if someone from that crowd justice initiative wants to come and talk a little bit about the crowd justice. Is somebody? Okay, or maybe I can draw people's attention to the crowd justice initiative. Do you happen to know, I mean, if people feel in solidarity with the cause and they want to support the initiative, do we know what that information is so that people can actually support it?
Southwark Notes has tweeted about it several times, so if you look that up, and I think that they've posted a recent blog post about it as well.
Yeah, so you can, I mean, just to go into a little bit more detail, this inquiry is going to happen in September. The idea is to instruct a barrister to represent community interests. We will be, the council is required by law to defend their position, but they actually recommended that this office block be built. So we're a little bit concerned about sort of how much they will fight to defend the decision not to allow an office block to be built. You can find the fundraiser on Crowd Justice, and as Sarah said, if you go on Twitter and you look at Southwark Notes, the link will be there. And we hope to, make sure that the affordable housing that we need is built in ÉLEFAN and Castle. And I don't think we need necessarily office blocks right in the center. So,
just to open it up. Oh, Richard's here.
My name's Richard Lee. I'm a local activist in Southwark, and my question is, we've analysed all the terrible things that have happened here, and really, what actually do we do now to achieve reparations and justice for the traders and the community at the ÉLEFAN and Castle? And can we use the language from the Aboriginal embassy and the demands made by the Aboriginal embassy? And I think finally that, though it hasn't been raised today yet, there's an important opportunity now, because Southwark, where the Latin Elephant campaign is, has a land commission that's been meeting for 6 months. It's all about land rights in the borough of Southwark. It says its aims are to achieve justice in terms of land issues. It says its aim is to give power to communities. And it's meeting right now, and it is producing draft recommendations right now. So my challenge really is whether from today, and maybe, Richard, it's something that could be returned to at the final weekend, whether actually this assembly and the embassy could actually make some strong demands to the land commission in this borough to achieve reparations and justice.
Damn, you're putting me on the spot. Look, my natural inclination would be to try to set up something offshore. and send representations too, because if the property developer can do it, well, why can't we?
Yeah.
You know, if they're not there in the room. You know, like they're not answerable to anything. You know, just as a tactic, I think that, you know, I'd be wanting to know how much it would cost to set up something overseas, and then start going at it from that. I think they'll shit themselves.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Just a final thing to say from my side. I basically I'm not a lawyer, but what you call ADHD, so attention deficit hypertension. So the advantage of that is that when I get something in my head, I won't let it go until I investigate it. So I looked at the law, and really, truly, there's a big challenge here for the traders. The Southwark Council have broken the law in two places. In the law of tort, which is basically they have duty of care for the traders and local residents. They have broken that because they have not looked for their best interest. So this is one case. And in the equality law, they have broken the law of equality because predominantly 90% of traders were protected characteristics. And under protected characteristics, there's one term called victimization. So anybody that spoke out and given their opinion were basically punished by giving the lowest deal and basically given a really bad deal because they've been outspoken. So they have broken the law there. And then there's other laws you can look at, which is health and safety law. They have broken that because they have created tremendous amount of health issues and mental issues to local residents, in particular, local traders. So there's a big challenge there legally, and if all the traders can get together, they don't need a lawyer. They just need to read on law and represent themselves and do crowdfunding as a group again, they will win collectively as a voice rather than as a single voice.
Just quickly to repose Richard's question, just in terms of reparations for the harm that's been done to the trader community, is there something that you think should be provided to traders as kind of reparative action for what's been done?
Well, my main issue right now in the last few meetings that I have with Richard Erin, the representative from Get Living, or my landlord, is that we need a unit. It's a unit that we can trade for us to carry on working, for us not to let La Bodeguita die only because of this kind of evolution that they pretending of doing it in a favor of the whole community. I trust too much on the words, and at the end I end up just like pleading to them all the time, begging to them all the time, but no action is taken. Even when we talk to the councillors, they always see the position on ourselves, but at the end, always they talk one another, and the only thing that they want from us is to invest the certain amount of money for us to carry on trading.
Are there?
Yeah, but couldn't that just be a tactic to move you on? You know, like the developers, you know, they would just, you know, say, no, I think that's also a punishment that, you know, in the same way as you know, the people who speak out is a punishment. So with that, they just put that there. That's in the clause to stop you from succeeding.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, should we?
Yeah, just definitely I agree with that point, because the first strategy that the developer have implemented as soon as they took over the shopping center was to increase the rent. And then they spent 4 or 5 years collecting this rent from traders. And eventually they give this rent back in the form of relocation fund. So they made it very difficult for traders to survive. eventually they created these spaces, so that way, as I said earlier, it's a filter. Basically, only maybe 2 or 3 traders will be able to survive when the shopping center is ready to open again. So that's them.
Are there other questions from the audience?
One of the problems is that is that working? Yeah.
Yeah, just put
Hold it closer.
One of the issues.
Hold it closer.
Oh, even closer. Aha. Okay. It obviously is a land issue, but let me just park that for a second. One of the problems I think we all have is that this example may generate a legal precedent, which is great for the future, but it kind of skims over the recent past and the present. And so, just to sort of revert to Richard's point, it's, this is still live, and the issue and the great difficulty is how to retain the liveness of it and be a great deal more vocal and collective and ambitious about very elemental things, so there are other examples at the Elephant of legal precedents established. This is not to knock you, obviously. It's just the way it is. Something I was involved in. It's a useful legal precedent for other cases and to refer to it, but it didn't resolve the basic injustice, the regressive policies, which have now, took place 10 years ago. Anyway, so it's just, which is why it might be, really would be a wonderful thing maybe to be able to come back in this course of, within the tent later, perhaps, with some concrete ideas. Can I just, one quick thing, this offshore idea, is that a way of, I imagine this is covered, but like if you're an offshore entity, how does the legal costs issue work in a legal case of this kind, right? And presumably, it's just an open, quick.
Well, if you lose, the company loses.
Yeah.
And it's over there.
Yeah. So how are they going to chase that?
That's their problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
The same. It's our problem when they do it.
Yeah.
If we do it, then it's their problem.
Yeah. I agree. I'd be interested in Jeremy's response to present.
Run up a big bill.
I have to say, offshore commercial entities is not my forte, more planning law. I suspect that they would be able to chase costs. But just turning back to your original point, which I think is a really good one, about sort of legal precedents. And the thing to say with planning law is it's one of the stranger areas of law because it's not just law, it's sort of law and politics. So what do we need to do about an issue like this where a decision has already been made, it's affected people badly? Well, the answer is politics. The answer is, and this is what we've been doing, is getting in touch with local councillors, the people on the cabinet dealing with planning law, and the cabinet member for business as well, trying to get them to come meet the traders, trying to get them to put pressure on the developer to give compensation or help the traders to make sure that they are able to survive.
Can I make one last point just about how live it is? The planning process and the regeneration in Elephant Castle is not over. We're currently working with traders who are in some of the arches behind where the shopping center was that also fall within the red line, who are at risk of being displaced as a result. There are 2 arches that technically fell. There's now been a CPO authorization that impacts 3 arches, but around 16 or 17 separate traders. So this process isn't over. There are still people who are at risk of displacement, and we have lessons that we've learned that can help guide us, but also still have to continue the fighting.
I think sadly we've run out of time, but I'm happy to report that there's food across the way so we can carry on the conversation for anyone who's eager. Maybe, do we have time for one more question? Yeah, one minute.
Hi, so this is for the traders. I wanted to ask you, How have you guys adapted to the new consumer behavior and the impacts of the change in demographic for your customers? I understand that the impacts of declustering, the impacts of Brexit, the pandemic, and the cost of living crisis is now being a huge deal to the traders. And this is something that I'm very interested in because I'm doing my thesis on it this year. So I want to know how you guys have adapted in the last 5 to 10 years, considering all these impacts that you guys had to deal with for both of you.
On behalf of the traders, basically, it's something that we really looked at. Very briefly, I will answer the question because I'm conscious of the time. Basically, we knew that basically the demographic of the area will change. But this is exactly the core of our campaign. We wanted the support from Southwark Council and the developers because we were aware of these changes. So when we were in the shopping centre, we already catered for the demographic in the area. So basically, we had to offer affordable commodities and try and compete with pricing. But we were hit with Brexit, we were hit with COVID, which were unexpected for us. So for us to basically cater for this competition in pricing was very, very hard. And on top of that, we didn't have the relocation fund to support us. So you would say 50% have died because of trying to basically meet these needs. And the other 50% are currently struggling. And I will say we're 2.5 years after the shopping centre closed. So another 2.5 years, you will see more businesses closing down. So they're not really coping very well when it comes to that point.
All right, in that case, I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's spoken today. Ahmad, Diana, Natalia, Sarah, Jeremy. And maybe, Richard, a final word from you? In that case, everyone, we're going to gather across the way just for some pizza and to continue chatting. And we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Nicholas Okwulu and Wendy Cummins, who are going to be speaking about their projects. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for joining us for the second session of the day. I'm delighted to introduce Nicholas Okwulu, who is the founder of PemPeople and Livesey Exchange, and also Wendy Cummins, who's the director of Radiate Festival. They'll be speaking about the reclamation of public space and public resources today, and they'll be in conversation with the wonderful Richard Bell. So I'm going to hand straight over. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, welcome and thanks for coming. Thank you to the audience for coming. I'm hoping there's a few more gets in. Let's just get right into it. Who was going to speak first? You, Nicholas? Yeah. Okay. Go for it, mate.
So my name's Nicholas Okwulu. I run two organisations. One of them, which I initially set up probably about 15 years ago, called PemPeople, which stands for People Empowering People. And of recent, I set up another organisation called the Livesey Exchange. Also, I will say that there's political reasons and economical reasons why I set up two different organisations, and that reason is really about not having, council organisations interfering in the work that we do. So PemPeople is really about working with local communities and giving them a voice and empowering them as well. I often tell many people in our community that it's people empowering people, not Nicholas empowering people. It's about how we all work together and we share information, we share knowledge, we share skills, and many other things. And I think how that came about was originally I lived in Lambeth, in one of the most deprived areas where you'll find places like Pop Brixton, Brixton Market, also Granville Arcade, which is now known as Brixton Village. I left there 30 years ago and I came to Peckham as a DJ, but realised that wasn't going to work. So, I studied biochemistry and went to work for a pharmaceutical company. After doing that for a while, I decided to do some more community engagement work while I was working. And what I found that by working in the pharmaceutical industry, it gave me that kind of power to be able to talk to senior executives in councils. So every time we wanted every time we wanted something for the community, the answer was always no. And I would ask, why not? And they'll say, we can't answer it. You have to go higher up. And I'd go higher up and I'd question. But what it also did, it gave me the knowledge, working in the pharmaceutical industry, gave me the knowledge to actually look at papers and policies that the council were putting out, to actually understand what they were actually driving to. And I think for me, that's what was important in terms of what I was doing, in terms of looking at how it fitted in, and kind of enabled me to go with the grain as against going against the grain. And I think, that's one of the successes that we've had in terms of being able to implement a lot of strategies in terms of what we're doing in and around Old Kent Road. So at this moment in time, we've put up a two-storey building, which is great. We're still short on fundings. So if there's any donors out here, you can collect my number. So, we've raised about 1.6 million. We've put up a two-storey building. We're looking at opening imminently. It's been great, but it has been a struggle. And I would say this before I carry on. I've got a lot to thank Wendy for, because I think if it hadn't been for her coming on board our team, I don't think I'd actually be here today, because, as you've heard from the struggle, previously, there's a lot of battles that you have to deal with. If it's not legal, it's to do with public realm. If it's not public realm, it's about capacity to actually get things done, and also looking at the legal aspect. And Wendy's been absolutely brilliant, because she likes doing all the project management stuff and soothing things over. And for me, I just want to get things done there and then. And Wendy's been able to kind of facilitate that. Because I think what's been important is having someone behind you who you can trust to get things done as well. And somebody that enables you to do things without having to look back. Because I think in the past, I'm always having to look back to get things done. I mean, there's been lots of challenges, as I said earlier, and you know, we've kind of got there in the end. And I think a lot more still needs to be done in terms of where we're going, why do we want to get there, and also what do we all want to achieve. And when I say all, you know, I'm talking from a council perspective, I'm talking from a community perspective, I'm also talking from an institutional perspective, because I think everybody has their agendas. And I think it's really about how do you find those agendas and kind of tick them off one by one, knowing what each individual organisation, institution actually wants. And I think we're kind of getting there, but I think we're quite a long way from, you know, getting to an end point. You know, it's probably going to take maybe decades or a century, who knows. But the important thing is that we should never stop fighting to give up, you know, for land, for equity, and for a common cause as well.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'll just, before I go into my own, I'm wearing two hats today. So I'm wearing one for PemPeople Livesey Exchange, and I'm also wearing one for Radiate Festival, which is my own project. But I think just kind of following on from what Nicholas has said about, you know, thanking me, you know, whilst I'm grateful for the thanks, I realise that I'm just part of the race, essentially. I'm a team leader. And a team participant at the same time. So all Nicholas has done is handed on a baton to me so that I can run part of the race, so that he can recuperate and I can hand that baton back. And many of us across the communities don't always have that, in terms of having those people that can see the vision and can see your vision and can take an ownership of that without taking over ownership and trying to make it something that it's not. And, you know, I feel very privileged to be able to kind of stand in the same space as Nicholas and his determination, his energy, his perseverance, and learn what that looks like. I have it for myself, but to learn what it looks like in terms of, you know, getting things physically done, you know, getting a building on a piece of land and funding from a local council and partners, it's a big thing. Especially coming from a marginalised community when we're often given so little, or everything wants to be done for us rather than by us. And there is so much power in being able to do something for yourself. It's like that whole analogy around, you know, giving someone a fish versus teaching them how to fish. You know, this experience has taught me how to fish in a different way. And Nicholas has learned how to fish. So guess what? We can all eat. And, you know, when he can't find the capture, maybe I can find the capture. And I can teach that on to someone else. That's how you build sustainable communities, empowered communities, independent communities, which doesn't always fit with what councils and certain government institutions want. Because they want to save you. They want to continue to be relevant. You know, they don't want cooperative societies to exist because they have too much sense. You know, they can manage money better and make it stretch so much further than wasting. You know, so I just want to say thank you for entrusting me with your vision. And you are an extremely powerful man. And yes, you have changed a lot of lives. So thank you for that.
Thank you both for coming. Yeah, well, I feel, you know, special being here beside you two. Like, thank you for the music. I didn't end up out here. I was in the cafe. There was kind of a fun time happening there. Lots of dancing, lots of singing. So.
Richard is... I'll just speak louder. I think Richard is referring to his opening party, for which Radiate Festival, which is my other hat, we were pleased to be able to provide some DJs and some music, and we had everyone up in the Tate dancing, which apparently, according to Helen, doesn't normally happen. But Tina Turner was being rocked to, the Candy was being danced to, and I think that there were some Afro beats and some dancehall as well. So we really got the culture in there. So thank you very much for, you know, allowing us to actually do that.
I came here to party.
Just before I suppose we go into a deeper conversation, I'll just tell you a little bit about Radiate Festival. So, as you know, I'm Wendy Cummins. I'm the creator and the founder of Radiate Festival. Now, back in 2016, 2017, I went traveling and I did the whole Thailand backpacking trail as a 30-something-year-old at the time. And you know, I was just immersed in the culture. I went to Brazil and South America, and there was just culture everywhere. And it wasn't contrived. It wasn't put on. It wasn't planned. It just was. It was incidental. And coming back to the UK, I realized it was missing for me. Because growing up, being born black, British, with Caribbean heritage, I always felt a sense of displacement in terms of this British flag didn't feel like it should be held by me or owned by me, because it didn't feel like my home. But then by the same token, I hadn't yet been to the Caribbean as a teenager, so that couldn't have been my home either because I'd never been. But growing up, realizing that my cultural lived experiences was different to my school friends, I always was longing for that sense of placement, to be able to feel like, actually, I need to feel comfortable. I need to feel that sense of identity. And I grew up in the days where we used to be out in the parks with my mum, listening to the big box speaker systems and having fun, eating the chicken, seeing the smoke in the air from the jerk chicken, and just, you know, having a good time, coming together as whole families, intergenerationally and multi-generationally. And I remember one of those parks being Crystal Palace down in the borough of Bromley, and also being Brockwell Park in the borough of Lambeth, another neighbouring borough, and also being Burgess Park in Southwark. And, you know, having that experience imprinted on my memory really fondly made me stop in kind of 2016, 17 and say, okay, well, where is that? Where is that now? And why isn't it happening? And we know with gentrification and regeneration, often the marginalised communities are planned out of it, purposefully and intentionally. We've heard it today. And it's consistently happened. So I decided I wanted to create a festival, didn't know how I was going to do it, didn't know who was going to fund it, didn't even know I could do it. But I just decided I wanted to, and that involved getting a whole permissions and premises licenses and everything like that, which was a complete mystery. And we heard earlier about the planning process and how mystified it is. And it's intentional mystification, because if you know too much, you'll do too much, you'll get too much done. So I decided, okay, cool, I'm going to go learn that. I'm going to learn the premises licensing process, and I'm going to hold a festival. And I looked through the diary and I was like, okay, what's iconic for me in terms of what speaks to my existence? And it had to be the Windrush. Now, for those of you who know anything about the Windrush, you know that there was a scandal. And that scandal was essentially the uncovering of the deportation, the mass deportation of people, particularly from Jamaica, and other parts of the Caribbean and Africa and some other marginalised communities. But there was a keen focus on deporting Jamaicans back to Jamaica. And we're talking about people that were born here. We're talking about people who were elderly. And it was literally picking people up and saying, look, you don't belong here, go back there, because paperwork hadn't been sorted out and solidified. And that was all uncovered in early 2018 by Amelia Gentleman and the then Commissioner, High Commissioner for Barbados. And, you know, the scandal came out to say, this is what's happening to the black and brown people around you. This is not okay. But I had already decided I wanted to do a Windrush Festival to celebrate who I was and where I came from, and to literally unpack my culture for friends, for family, and for those who cared to share. Because what I recognised was that being black in the UK was very monolithic. Everybody's Jamaican if you come from the Caribbean. You know, everyone's from Nigeria if you come from Africa. And, you know, it's like, actually, no. There are so many layers of the Caribbean and nuances that don't get an opportunity to be shown unless you go to Carnival, which is great, but that is just a day where, you know, everybody's expressing their culture at one time. And there is learning there, but not enough. And we're living in a country that calls itself a melting pot. You know, the whole reason London and the UK has multiculturalism is because of the migration of essentially the people that look like me. And we're enjoying all these great foods, all these great spices, all these great drinks, all this music, all this form of dancing. Okay, but where did it come from? Where's the celebration of where it came from? Where's the celebration of, you know, the survival of that struggle of those people who came, who were spat on, who were cursed out, who were called derogatory names, who were abused, who were beaten up, who were displaced? Where is the acknowledgement of those groups of people? And I said to myself, it's the 70th anniversary of the Windrush. This needs to be celebrated. Whilst there's resources for schools, which is great, where's the big celebration? Because I come from a loud and vibrant people. I come from a rhythmic people. And we need to celebrate. You know, we need to acknowledge ourselves, because through there is joy, through there is pain, there will always be some joy, because that's how we've survived. You know, being a child of the Caribbean descendants, you know, my ancestor has suffered enslavement and displacement. And now here being in the UK, it was like, actually, we need to bring all of that together. I need to feel that Britain is my home. I need to show people that actually black and Britishness has emerged out of this migration period, and it's okay, and we need a place and we need a space. So I picked Crystal Palace Park because I saw someone else was doing something there. But what I recognized being in that location was that there was a fight for land. And when I say this fight for land, there was a fight for cheap land from big commercial promoters, AKA Live Nation. You know, it is a major, like, behemoth of a company. They were looking for cheap land. The park was looking for funding. And essentially, myself and a few others got caught up in that battle of that taking over the ownership of those public spaces. So I was there, I delivered, and it was a struggle every single year. Every single year I had to apply and advocate as to why my community needed this space affordably. I did it for 3 years, which was great. COVID happened. And then I was like, you know, I can't afford to offer this park £250,000 a year or £1 million a year. I can't afford that. But I know that my community needs this. And working with Nicholas, it was a case of, okay, well, I know that we've got connections and roots in Southwark. Why don't I go to Southwark? So I went over to Southwark, and Southwark was charging me literally 5 times the amount. So I might have been paying £3,000 over there, then was charged me £13,000 for less people in just to access the parks and open space. And I said to them, I was like, how does that make sense? What are you doing for our marginalised communities? What are you doing to celebrate, you know, this iconic period in history, being one of the, you know, essentially the boroughs across London with the highest percentage of black and brown people? What are you doing? Because, you know, the programming in and around Southwark is very, very poor in terms of for ourselves. And, you know, I've been fighting for the last 3 years for Southwark to change its policies around what it charges for our parks and open spaces. And the reason I've been fighting that is because when my grandmother came over and my grandfather came over and my parents came over, they worked in the public sector. They worked in the NHS. They worked in the underground, they worked on the buses, they worked in the schools, they worked in the council offices. So for 70 plus years, we've given in service and labour to this same borough, or these same boroughs, that are saying you now have to pay to access if you want to do something as a black business or as a business from a marginalised community. Rather than saying, okay, we understand that we want this programming, we're going to do something that's fair and equitable. They put this really high price point up that you then have to meet. Or they say to you, okay, you can make your event free. which feeds into their programming schedule that they should be doing anyway and their responsibilities. And they say, okay, well, if you're a charity or a CIC, you can get through. And we won't even charge you for the park. But then how do you create something that's sustainable? Because I know that Bermondsey Fair isn't in existence anymore. You know, I know that the Latin American community have fought for their, you know, celebration, annual celebration. You know, so it's that setup for failure, essentially, that happens, so that your marginalised communities will be dependent upon the council for the funding, so they can tick their boxes, so that they can leverage off of your heads. And just like the, you know, the main image says of this particular exhibition, we don't want handouts. We want equity. We want fairness. We want fair access. I should be able to go in as a business owner and say, I have some money, let me hire your park. Let me put on a celebration that speaks to my community, that actually spreads culture, that shares an awareness, that brings us all together so we can have deeper conversations. So when you see me, you can say, hey, Wendy, what's the accent? Or what's this? Or what's that? And we can actually have enriching cultural conversations that educate you, that make you want to travel more, you know, that make you see me as not just being a black woman, you know, and we can start to learn each other. And when we learn each other, we have more tolerance for each other. We have more understanding for each other. But I need to be able to have the freedom to do that. And at the moment, equitably, I don't have the freedom to do that. So my point in terms of handing over is that I don't want to be from a community that is seen as needing handouts. I might be from a marginalized community, but I have power. I am empowered. And I want to empower other people. And I want to be the owner of my story. I want to be the deliverer of my cultural experience and my cultural sharing. I should be allowed to do that. But in order to do that, I need the prices of land to be accessible to someone like me, so that I can feel that sense of freedom. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, I'm feeling I want to take on my local council now. Nicholas, I'm interested to hear you deep dive into what it is that you do.
Don't feel the pressure, bro.
As I said earlier, I worked in the pharmaceutical industry. And I think that gave me a lot of power to dive into what I wanted to do. Originally, I was born in Lambeth. And I stayed around Lambeth until I was about 12 years old. And I always tell everybody the story that I was then deported to Nigeria. When I say deported, my parents decided to send me back home. For many who don't know, growing up in Nigeria was almost becoming independent, learning to forage, learning what community was, knowing who I am, also knowing where my ancestors came from and what also drove them. I came back to this country when I was 18. And I really had this sense of, as they say, it takes a village to raise a child. And probably just after the 80s, I'd never lived on a council estate. So, my dad came over here, he bought a house, he worked hard, bought a house. So we always lived in a house. And then, when I came back after 18, we moved on to a council estate in Brixton. From Brixton, I moved to Loughborough Junction. From Loughborough, to another council estate. And then from Loughborough, I moved to Old Kent Road. And what I found was that I lived in an area where people wanted to do things but weren't allowed to do things. You always had to ask the council, you always had to ask the Tenants and Residents Association. And a lot of people have kind of given up. And I think, as I said, coming from a background where I'd grown up independently and learned how to go out and get things, it taught me to become autonomous. If I want something, go out and get it. And people used to I used to run a few projects, and people used to knock on my door and say, oh, they want this, they want that. And, sometimes I'd go to the council and I'd represent them, or, I'd just decide to put a project on. and then just do it. But it wasn't just about putting a project on, it was about getting people who lived in our community to do those projects. And I think even if we go back probably about 6 years ago, we did one here at the Take called Southwark Untold. And it was really about showcasing local people's talents, what they're able to do. And, you know, I kind of see myself as a project manager, somebody who just brings people together. I always say that I'm the worst project manager in the world. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. That's my philosophy. And for me, it's really about showcasing what people can do. But what I then started to find was the more we wanted to do stuff, the more challenges started coming up. And I think going back to, you know, working in the pharmaceutical industry, that's the experience that I've got. You know, I used to work putting out tenders for the NHS. So for me, if I can talk to a financial director in a hospital or in a trust, I can talk to any council officer. And you know, as I said earlier, you know, from reading clinical trials, reading clinical papers, I learned how to read policy papers, understanding what the council wanted to do. And what I realized, you know, earlier on was every time I wanted to put on a project, the council would say no. Then I found a paper, it was called The Economic and Wellbeing Strategy of Southwark Council. And what had happened was I read it, and I actually wanted this building, which I'd applied for previously. They kept rejecting it. And I read this document called the Economic and Wellbeing Strategy. And it literally said all the things that the council wanted to achieve. And I looked at this paper and I thought, wow, there's my answer. So instead of rewriting the paper in my own words, I highlighted it, ticked it, and I sent it back to the council. I said, please reject this one because literally it's in your own words. And from there, I managed to secure 65 garages on the Old Kent Road, which were literally abandoned and not being used. Now, from a community perspective, you have to understand that finding 65 abandoned garages that are not being used is like a gold mine. And especially when you know that the council is very unlikely to give you any money, it was a blessing. It was, as I said, it was like a gold mine. So we took over these 65 garages and it was just funny that at the same time I managed to take over a pop-up shop in Peckham as well. I also was the first leaseholder of the BMX track in Burgess Park. Again, that's another political story that I don't want to go into at this moment in time. But, you know, I was doing all these little bits and pieces, and I think for me as a community person, it was really about creating a track record to move my projects forward and to justify what we were doing. So, you know, from the BMX track, I set up a bike project in Lambeth as well. You know, I did numerous products in our pop-up shop, aligned with different organizations from the Tate to the Eden Project and lots of other organizations. And I think my philosophy has always been about how do we build capacity of local people? How do we build that capacity? Because I think they said that no man is an island. You can't work on your own. And for me, it's about how do we work with different people? But what I also found was everybody was always talking about the young generation, but what they weren't doing is providing the young people with the tools that they needed to survive in their area. And for me, I saw them as seedlings that I could, you know, throw into the ground in different places. And, you know, living on an estate, it was almost like a rose growing in a concrete jungle. So it was only a case of the toughest will always survive. And for me, that also draws a lot of inspiration in terms of who I work with. If you've got the drive, if you've got the motivation, I'm happy to work with you and support you 100%. If you put in 20%, I'll give you 20%. If you put in 100, I will give you 100. And a lot of people that I work with will tell you that's how I am, because I think there's a lot of challenges. And if you believe in something, you're going to do it. I'm not going to do it for you. Hence, when I said earlier, my company is called People Empowering People, not Nicholas Empowering People. So if you're going to rely on me to do something, I'm not going to do it. If you don't have that determination and motivation in you, then we're not doing it. You know, sometimes I refer to myself as who's seen The Matrix? Do you remember the little key man? Yeah, the guy with the keys? That's me. That's how I like to be seen. I like to be seen like the key man. I'll open the door, kick the door down, and I'll let you in. Now, if you can't go in that room because I've opened the door, what can you do? For me, that's what's really important. And I think that's been also demonstrated even with some of the projects that we've done over the years, giving people opportunity to do stuff. And I think, you know, talking about Wendy earlier, being able to see what other people can do once that door's been open. But I think that my biggest driver is that I think I had a bit of an intuition in terms of especially like what's happening in my area of Old Kent Road. You know, it was an area that has been neglected. Nobody was really interested. I think I can say that the council kind of sold off most of the places around Southwark. You know, in the early, well, during the 90s, if you open up South London Press at the time, auction, you know, council sent off this building, that building, to the point that there was really nothing left around Old Kent Road. And I kind of saw that this was not going to go in a good way, that there was going to be nothing left. And that was another one of the drivers why I wanted to do stuff for local people. And, you know, fast forward 2016, you know, Old Kent Road became what's called a new opportunity area. But also there was this vision of having a tube station brought to Old Kent Road. And, you know, what that then did, it then created this, what I might call a secret frenzy for land. And when I say secret frenzy, everybody knew that land was up for grabs apart from the community. So nobody really knew the level in terms of how scarce was going to become. Now, I'm Nigerian, I grew up in Nigeria. You know, my father left 7 hectares of land for me. And when I look at that in comparison to what I'm entitled to here or what I can use here, that is very small. And, you know, for many people who lived around Old Kent Road, they don't have that kind of access to land, whether it's here or abroad. And I think for me, that's another a motivational factor that also drives me, that I've also got something else to rely on and not just rely on something that's over here. So for me, it was a case of understanding what our cultural capital was, what we brought to the table. Because as Wendy said, we can't bring the kind of money that developers bring to the table, so we have to bring something else. And I think what we've been able to do is generate cultural capital and add value to that cultural capital in terms of what it brings to the area, what we're able to do, and being able to negotiate and leverage. And I tell all the young people and all the people that I work with, even if you're coming to me to talk and you want something, what are you bringing to the table? Because I think sometimes people come to the table not knowing what they're bringing. And at times I have to tell them to go away and come back and sit and think, what are you bringing to the table? Because even though I might want it, what do you want from me? What are you going to take away? And I think what it's done, it's given a lot of people the opportunity to say, okay, if they can negotiate with me, they can negotiate with anybody else. Whether it's the council, whether it's developers, you know, you always have to leverage. And I think when we can start leveraging a lot more in terms of what we're giving back and what we're taking, I think we can demand and we can actually ask for a lot more. And also, it's not a case of just being given stuff for the sake of being given. I think when I look at Southwark as it is right now, and I was having this conversation, you know, I'm now looking at the value of meanwhile space. You know, what is meanwhile space? You know, you're giving it for a particular reason, for a particular duration of time. But the issue is, when that time is over, what happens? Who can compete for the land? You know, you look at things like asset-based development, community development, where, you know, communities are given opportunities to fight for spaces, but you only have a duration of time to fight for that space, and you don't have the money to actually buy it. That becomes a problem. So if we're fighting for land, if we're fighting for space, what is the longevity of that space and how it's been used? And I think for me, what's really important is whether it's meanwhile space, whether it's affordable space, how do local people tie into the long-term planning of these spaces and how they're being used? Because I think at the best of times, it's always temporary. And that footfall on that temporary space has a value. You know, when I ran my pop-up shop, that was something that I realized. that developers and institutions need that footprint. They need that footfall, because that footfall equals to value. And I think as communities, we have to understand this, and we have to use that to our best of knowledge, that if you're not getting that value, sometimes you have to just forsake whatever project it is, take it somewhere else, and take it to someone who will value that footprint as well. So, for example, as Wendy was saying about her festival, you know, that brings footfall. Now, the question is, developers, council will then say, oh, look what we're doing in our borough. But the question is, would they admit to the footfall that maybe someone like Wendy or myself has brought to those spaces? And the question is, do we get that equity back in return? And I think for me, that's what's really important. Are we getting that equity back in return?
How long have we got? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I think we should go to questions, you know, because there's a whole lot of questions in what you've just shared with us. Just got to open this up to somebody. Oh, okay.
I have a question for Nicholas. Is that Nicholas, correct? Yeah, my name is Imad. I'm one of the traders from the shopping center. You just mentioned basically that you read the document Economic Wellbeing Strategy for Southwark Council, which I'm going to look for that.
Look for the very first one, because it's been changed and taken offline. And this is something else that institutions are good at doing. They can take things offline.
Yes.
I will try and find it and I'll send it to you.
Thank you very much. This is exactly what's going to be my point. The problem with Southwark website, that is forever changing all the time, especially when it comes to documentation. Sometimes it's basically like a big sea if you want to look for things. And a lot of the documents, basically, they're very vague and misplaced. So my question here, there's lots of underrepresented groups in Southwark that have huge potential for success, but the blockage is always coming from Southwark Council. As the sister always mentioned, they always favor charity organization, CIC, because they put them under their control. But there's lots of ideas. What advice can you give to somebody like myself or other traders that want to establish something to revive back traders, like to seek a place where, to bring back basically what was lost in ÉLEFAN and Castle, rather than what they give us?
I think you've kind of answered the question there and then, what they give us. I think sometimes what they give us and what we can use it for is two different things. You know, as I said earlier, I took over 65 garages, and it's just off the Old Kent Road. Many people don't actually know where it is. Many people do. But the question is, a lot of people argue that there's places, you know, like in ÉLEFAN and Castle, you can't find it. And I think as community people, as business people, as people who are doing stuff in the community, we have to generate our own footfall. And that's what's really, I mean, I'm going to keep saying it, footfall's really, really important. And I will tell you this, I think, sorry, I need to think about my actions, because every action has a reaction. And yeah, so what I will say is footfall is really, really important. And I think I watch a lot of businesses and I watch a lot of communities say that if the council can't help us to do this, we can't do it. I think that's completely wrong. I think us as communities have to believe in ourselves, do what we need to do, and we need to compete with everybody else. You know, I think if we keep leaving the responsibility for other people to keep doing it, it's not going to get done. But we also have to understand the strategies. As I cited to you earlier, the document, yes, it is a sea of information, but we're all doing different things. You know, I run a community business, you run a business. How do we all talk together so that we're not all looking for the same thing? We're looking for different things and sharing that information. And I think if we can all get together and become gangs, and when I say gangs, I use the word gangs for a reason, because the police, the government, institutions will all tell you, don't be a gang. But guess what? They create the biggest gangs. You have the biggest gangs, police, universities, council, developers. What do? They create a gang. But they tell you can't be a gang. So you know what? Maybe we should be a gang. We should be our own gang. And we should look at all the things that we need to address so it becomes a battle between their gang and our gang. You tell us what you want, we tell you what we want. If there's 5 of you, there's 5 of us. If there's 10 of you, there's 10 of us. But what tends to happen is there's 5 of them and there's 1 of us. And they can afford to keep going to all these different meetings and fighting us and not sharing information, but they're always sharing information simultaneously. And I think if we want to get stuff done, we all have to work together. We have to do like they do. We have to form corporations. I think somebody said earlier about going to setting up an offshore organization. I think that's an absolutely brilliant idea. That's how they work, so we should work with them like that as well. We need to do the same thing. You know, one thing I will say is I'm quite contrary at times, and that's also based on the information that I receive and the information that I work with. So at times, I will blame Southwark. At times, I will blame our community. Because also it's about the agenda, about what do people want. And sometimes you can't ask those who are oppressing you to give you food and to give you space. And sometimes you have to justify why you need that space, and you have to prove why you need that space. As someone who delivers projects, when I do work with young people and local people, I always tell them footfall and full engagement. And also give them opportunity, like young Luca here, who I'm taking everywhere that I go to document. But it's not just about document, it's also about giving him that confidence, giving him that experience, giving him that understanding, because what he can also do is go to his friends and say, oh, I went to a meeting with Nicholas, this is what was discussed, this is what happened. And I think it's really important that we share that information with those who follow on after us so that they have that information and they're not starting all over again.
Can I just add a little bit to what Nicholas has said? From my perspective, I would say you need to understand the cultural value that you have in terms of what your businesses bring, what your community brings, and what your culture brings. Because essentially, we can't exist without it. But it's when we don't understand and recognize the value that we have, and then others from outside of our community say, oh, that's pretty good, isn't it? And then they take that and they package it, and then they deliver it. And you have to take that ownership. You have to also have a fluid mindset with a long-term vision. So if it's the case that you can't get land right now, can you get land in 5 years, 10 years, 20, 25? What's it going to look like in 50 years? You need to have that kind of viewpoint, but understand that in the here and the now, your culture has value. So take your culture, set up things, do your pop-ups, do your one-off events. Prove the concept of your community, communicate with your community, ensure that you're using social media. I'm terribly poor at social media. Terribly. But I know if my face was on it every single day, I know I'd have high engagement. You know what I mean? Because I'd probably sing at people and stuff like that and get people to follow me. You know what I mean? I'm starting a TikTok tomorrow. But, right? I should, though. I really should. But the point is, understand how to engage with people. Not everybody needs the same kind of engagement. Some people, as you all were speaking about before, they just need hubs. And if you're recreating those hub experiences, people are going to come because they don't know where to find you at the moment. If they know where to find you, they know the next place to find you and the next place to find you and the you build that currency. So when developers are developing something over there, they're like, oh, the Latin American community, we need some of that. Who are they coming to? Coming to you. Because you have the people, you have the following. Even if it's a case of it's a particular empanada or something that you make. I know you're from Egypt, right? You see, I listen, right? I listen. I ain't been to Egypt yet, so I can't tell you the dishes. But, yeah, I know about feijoada because I went to Brazil. All right, falafel. Oh, listen, I like a falafel wrap, you see, right? But the point is, you should be doing the best falafel wrap in town if that's your gig. You understand? Build your community around it. Build your culture around it. Let them come and find you. Yeah? That's what I would say.
Okay, I'm super camera shy. Sorry. So I have maybe two related questions maybe, but the first one is, do you council have a minimum percentage of space that needs to be publicly available? And if they don't meet that target, are they held accountable? Like, are there any consequences to the council? And the second question is, what, like, if communities or local residents apply for a project in a public space, what are the typical answers of rejection that you have experienced, or that are, like, is it like a standard reply?
There's no repercussions if they don't really meet that target. And I think the issue is, everybody talks about affordable space. And I've been saying to everybody recently, I totally dislike that phrase, because there's never going to be enough affordable space. Never. I think for me, what we need to achieve is equitable space. So even if it is in a high price range, people should have been given the capacity to be able to strive for those more expensive places, rather than saying, oh, guess what, we've got 10% affordable space in the borough, 10% in this building, 10% on this estate, because there's never going to be enough. Everybody's always going to be fighting for it. So, as I said, there's no repercussions if they don't achieve it. It just becomes another political manifesto the following 4 years. So what was the second question?
The typical answers.
Oh, the typical answer. Oh, it depends. It depends on where you're seated. It could be you're not a charity. I'm not one. And to be honest, up until today, I've actually refused to be one, because I think being a charity doesn't really solve the question. Everybody knows what we do. You know, we're an organisation that supports, you know, individuals and communities. Another answer is, unfortunately, we had a large response. But then, when you look at the responses and the actions that come out of those responses, it's actually given to people who don't know, pardon my French, what the hell they're doing. And then people like myself are then told, oh, or shall I say, the organisation's told, go and speak to Nicholas. And they come and say, oh, Nicholas, by the way, we won the award for this particular project, and we thought you'd be a good person for us to speak to. And I'm like, okay, fine. How much are you going to pay me? Oh, the council never told us to pay you. So are you doing it for free? No. Thank you very much. And I think it's this lack of capacity that is the issue. And I think when I say lack of capacity, my argument is, even if you're going to give it to a big organisation, you know, there should be a mandate in the clauses or in those contracts to say you have to work with a small organisation locally and empower that organisation. And this is, you know, if I keep mentioning Tate, you know, my apologies. When we did our event here, you know, I became associate producer. And I think by them giving us the space to hold cultural and creative events in this space, and also giving us the resources. It wasn't about them giving us the money. They gave us resources in terms of time, support to make the event bigger and bigger and bigger. For me, that was sufficient. And I think that's one of the things that's lacking from other institutions within Southwark. And I'm going to say so because that's why I predominantly do most of my work. If you're an organisation, you're going to support us, not just myself. You know, you can forget about supporting me. Support some of the people that we work with. I'm happy with that, but we don't see that. What we see is, you know, the council being given, not just the council, but even funders, giving work to people who don't know what they're doing because they're quite good at writing, whereas most community organisations are good at delivering. And what I want them to do is have an exchange. Everything is about an exchange of a commodity, whether it's money or resources. And I think by us not getting that, what it does, it doesn't allow the community to build, to grow, and to be able to identify resources that they really need. And I think until we can actually start looking at the legacy of what we're all leaving behind, it is going to be a bit difficult for, you know, for people in the future to try and get stuff, because they're constantly they're constantly repeating by going back, having different conversations, different organizations, different institutions. I hope that answered your question. Yeah? Yeah. Can I just say, I think the funny thing about community is it touches every aspect. It's not just about land. It's not just about capacity. It's not just about money. You know, it's not just about the legal, economic, social, technical aspect of things. It touches everything. So the fact is, if I want to argue for something, what am I arguing for? Who am I arguing for? And I think that's the issue, whereas a land developer is only arguing about land. You know, an educational institute is always going to argue about education. Whereas community, we have so many things to argue. It could be long-term illness, it could be obesity, it could be cycling, it could be about land. So the fact is, we might know a little bit about everything, but not everything about everything. And I think sometimes that's the community's issue. And I think we need, I think those in power and those not in power need to understand that there's always all these different things that we have to look at, and that we can't solve everything. And I think people don't look at communities like that. They look at us that we want everything, but we can't give everything. You know, and all of us have different things, from the trader to the festival, you know, to a community enabler. We all have different things that we have to offer, and we have to put all of that on the table and say, look, this is what we're offering, and this is how we can go, this is how we can move forward. And just to give an example, I think even with putting the building that we're putting up at the moment, I think what's important is, as I said earlier, I'm the key holder. I know that I'm good at doing that. Maybe after this broadcast, maybe the doors might close and they might change the locks now. But the question is, that's what I'm good at. And the question is, Wendy's very good at project management. So what I've decided to do is leave all the project management to Wendy. But also that's because that's where all the work is as well. But it's about all of us identifying our key skills and utilizing those key skills, and not being the jack of all trades. But, you know, each individual person being the master at one particular thing, and all of us sitting at a table and saying, this is what we've all got to offer.
Thank you. Can I just add a little bit to that? Funny, obviously, Nicholas is talking about the key holder. I don't know if any of you have seen his bunch of keys, but there's a lot of keys on it. But yeah, I mean, in terms of you being the key holder, when you brought me on to deliver the Livesey Exchange for you in terms of Lex 2, you know, that actually enabled me to be able to continue to seed fund the festival, which is the whole irony of things. It's like, I pay for this festival, but I work for Nicholas to deliver this building on behalf of the council. And, you know, if we could collectively do that a lot more, we'd get so far. You know, we've just been smart in this. I mean, it means that I don't get to go on, you know, the good holidays and stuff and spend my money on, you know, skates and stuff, you know. But the fact is, because he created an opportunity for me to deliver his vision, I've been able to deliver my vision. And because I've been able to create a festival and a container, I'm enabling other people to deliver their visions. And we're businesses. We're not funded community groups. Do you understand? We're not funded charities or CIC. We are business owners. That's a business owner over there who wants to protect his culture, his community, his livelihood. And we need to, I mean, I would love for there to be a reframing of the kind of the word and the understanding around community, because when it comes to public sector, when you say the word community, they think deprivation. They think highly marginalised people that cannot do for themselves. They think saving. And actually, when I think about community, summing up what Nicholas has just said in terms of all the different multiple elements, I think about community as a collection and a group of people with a common cause and a common goal and a common purpose. So we might create community around, you know, the access of land and the acquisition of land. That is the community around that. Me and my new friend in the back, in fact, I've got a couple of friends in the back, ain't I? Yeah, hello? Are you, all right, thank you. I thought she was gonna leave me standing. But, you know, business owners at the back there, I could say, okay, cool. Well, actually, let's do something around the festival. Let's actually bring what you do into this entity here and, you know, keep building our livelihoods. So we might connect on that level as businesses. You know, community is connection. It's collection, it's connectivity. That is what it is. And once we can actually get into that space and that mindset, we can truly change things. So that was my 2 pence.
I'll give my 1 pence.
All right, then.
Look, you're talking about the council just being solo focused, you know, like whereas we have to be, you know, multi-focused and multi-purpose. Perhaps we should get our communities to hit the council at the same time with all the different problems. Like, look, if we can do nothing else, we put them to work. So they're lazy motherfuckers. You know, so, you know, like, give them some work. You know, like, and then they're gonna deal with the things that they can deal with quickest, right? Because they want to get that stuff off the books. So, you know, it's about our communities, you know, working together, you know, like strategically, you know, like these sort of tactics. I think. Are you winding me up for 1 minute to go? No, I'm just thinking. Like for me, I'm always, you know, thinking, you know, tactics, you know, like and like thinking outside the box. You know, I'm sort of solutions oriented. So I've been just lapping this up these last 2 days. All these problems that are coming up, and my mind's going 100 miles an hour. You know. But I agree with her. There's value that we have. You know, like somebody want to know something from me. You know, like, I could teach them, but I'd have to charge. 1 minute.
The minute has now come. Go ahead, Nicholas.
I mean, I think in terms of gathering people and working with people, I think even just being in this space right now it's been very enlightening, and I think it's something that I want to take away in terms of how do we sit down in new forums, how do we talk. You know, we live in an age of, you know, digital media where we can put out on YouTube, and we need to do more things like this. Having, you know, setting up a tent, having conversations, passing that conversation on to councils, on to developers, so that they know that we are talking. And I think that's one thing that's not happening. They're not seeing where we are talking, and they need to see that we are talking and we are working together and we are creating solutions.
Thank you very much.
One more question for maybe both of you. I know Radiate's coming like in weeks, and I feel like we should share with everyone what they can see in Burgess Park in 2-3 weeks. And the same to you, Nicholas, if there's anything in Lex 2 that you want to share, this is the moment.
Well, thank you very much for that little plug and promotion. So yes, Radiate Festival is coming 24th and 25th of June in Burgess Park. That's just off the Old Kent Road. What will we have there? We've got a main stage, so we've got a couple of international performers covering reggae music, soca and calypso, and we've got British soul icons, you know, funky house from the likes of, I don't know if you know him, Doneo, but he's the party master, so you'll get to dance a lot. We've got our vintage classic cars by the Afro Classics Car Club. They'll be there. They've got about 30 vehicles spanning 50 years in terms of timelines. So you can come and look at some of those old classics and talk to those guys about the community that they've created around their love of cars. We have a wellness space, a sanctuary house and a rest garden where we've got a nice program of talks around well-being, mental, physical, spiritual well-being, because I know that for me and from my community, we don't rest enough and we don't take care of ourselves enough, because guess what? We're always fighting, we're always struggling, and that can take its toll. So we've got a space there just to explore some of that. We've got some stage takeovers in terms of the platform for emerging talent as well, which is really important because, again, across our communities, we're not getting the access to the talent platforms that we need in order to actually self-build the industry for long-term success. We have a Met engagement hub. So we've been working with the police on the festivals every single year to actually bring them into a safe space for us and a safe space for them, so that the police can actually see what these communities and our communities look like in a time of joy. They can hear the differences in when we're being verbose versus when actually it's something that needs to be responded to. And creating that space is so important because there always is such a negative perception of the relationship between particularly the black community and the police, and we have to create those spaces where we can start to break some of that down, so that the police can actually do some learning, and we can actually form a voice for ourselves. We've got a great play area where we've got Book Love coming down, and they're going to be sharing just the love of books. So you'll see a range of authors that you can actually purchase books from in terms of multicultural literature. We just got some fun. We got food. We got food too. So if you want to taste a few Caribbean flavors, it's definitely come down and come and party with us. Come and celebrate with us, and actually just take a moment and unpack the culture with us. So yes, 24th, 25th of June, Burgess Park. Thank you.
I'm going to try and be a bit succinct. So our new project, Livesey Exchange, or Lex 2, as we call it, is due to open by the end of this summer. Hopefully around July, August, where we're going to open. I am looking at, giving local people the opportunity to come in and deliver projects before it opens. What I will say is, we've secured funding from Southwark Council and the Mayor's Office to build the first stage of the building, and we're now looking at putting up the second building, which is probably going to cost us about £1 million. We have heard that there's an application in with Department of Levelling Up, but I think for me, in terms of looking forward, what's really important is about how we can support some of the local residents and the local community to do stuff. So obviously when you get funding, there's always criterias. And I think it would be nice if we can secure additional funding, that doesn't have too many strings attached to it, to give local people an opportunity to deliver projects and for them to try out projects as well in the interim. Because sometimes that's one of the downfalls of organizations, that sometimes we're in a rush to put things up, that when we do get the money, it's allocated and there's specific objectives, and it doesn't really give local people the opportunity to do things. So we want local people to be able to do things. If you want to have a look at our website, I can't remember the last time I updated it, but it's the liveseyexchange.com. You can also follow us on Twitter. I tend to post most of my social media on PemPeople, whether it's to do with PemPeople or Livesey Exchange. So you can find all the social information around there. Feel free to get in contact with us. But we're really looking for people who want to support communities. I'm not bothered whether they support me or not. Personally, I don't really care. I think I'm at an age where I'm not really bothered. I think for me, it's really about the future and local people being involved and being able to carry on fighting the struggle.
We're done. Oh, actually, oh my God, sorry, I forgot. Daniel. Well, if oh my God, I'm now flustered and I can see that his head just concealed. Daniel Oduntan is going to be performing and speaking in about half an hour. Daniel previously worked with Nicholas. He had a space in Livesey or Livesey Exchange #1. So yes, please stay around for in the next half hour. We'll be kicking off with the final section of the day. And yeah, thank you so much again to everyone. multidisciplinary artist and designer Daniel Oduntan. Daniel is going to be screening his film Did We Leave the Lights On, which is about 15 minutes long. We're going to take a short break for 5-10 minutes to have some questions, and then we're going to finish with a live media performance to bring us to a close. So thank you so much for being here, and yes, over to you, Daniel.
Hi everyone. So this film, Did We Leave the Lights On? I don't really like to call it a film. It's more like a video study, maybe like qualitative research piece. I made it after work. I spent many years at the V&A Museum working in the digital media and publishing department. I've also grown up in Southwark, grown up in East Street Market, Camberwell. Born and raised in Camberwell. My first job was pulling out carts in East Street Market, actually. And yeah, I mean, changes were happening around the area from like 2010, and myself and my friend Harry, at the time who was studying photography, I wasn't studying, I was studying sound, we decided to just document the area before it kind of changed and before things were lost. So, you know, around 2010 to 2012, I took photos, documented my area, and I had plans to turn it into some type of exhibition, photo book. That sadly didn't happen, and I abandoned the project and scrapped it. Sorry, rookie error, not talking into the mic. I'm doing it now. So, and yeah, so I abandoned the project. 10 years later, the regeneration had happened, and now I'm looking at these photos and thinking, oh, these are a bit of an archive, and I should do something with it, and I should tell a story about it. But I didn't want to explore it through photos at that moment. I wanted to explore it through video very quickly, film. So I went back to the areas where I took these photos and kind of like strolled around with my phone and a little DV camera. I was working at the VN at the time. I knew how to shoot with proper cameras and edit and stuff, and I wanted to have a minimal fuss approach to this. I didn't want it to be like for me to be precious about it. I just wanted to get in, take these photos, video, and just get out. What happened was that I ran into people I know, ran into people in the supermarket, on the road, waiting for the bus stop, and just told them and just asked them about regeneration. How do you feel? Some of it was phone calls that we planned. Some of it was just literally I ran into someone. One of them is actually Peju, who used to be a Tate curator here. She's left now. But, you know, I was just running into people that I know. And I think this is something I've always said, that social housing for black people, for people with the diaspora, it's been kind of like, it's been the block that we've been able to kind of influence the cultural landscape in this country. Because when we're living together, we're growing up together. When we're growing up together, we're creating together. And if social housing is no longer a focus in Southwark, or if it's something which is like lacking, we're not living together. And if we're not living together, we're not growing, we're not creating. So then the landscape changes, the smells change, the food, the sound, the colors, you know, everything that's enriching to this landscape changes. And so what replaces it? So Did We Leave the Lights On is kind of like a memory piece. It's that duality of memory and investment, and what to do afterwards. When does that happen? Do you feel angry? Should we move on? Should we do something different? Should we protest? It's all about looking at the ideas of creativity and the price of creativity. And I think it's very timely now, at a time where creativity, I feel, is almost under trial. You have AI, all these things kind of approaching. Can this country afford to not be creative and not have a diverse creative, or not even diverse, or culturally rich system of creatives? Because I've been in departments where everyone's the same. Everyone's had the same background, same upbringing, same education. So when problems arise, they're all thinking the same. There's no diversity or diverse in finance and, status and race and culture. These things are not brought to the table. And so you're basically paying 10 people to think the same. So what's the point of that? So, you know, it's about creativity. It's a very DIY. This guy he hounded me to make the film. I didn't want to actually put this out. It was so rough, and I thought no one's going to like this. This is nonsense. But, you know, Nicholas hounded me, and the community enabler that he is, he kind of like, what would you say? Gently persuaded me to put it out. So here it is. It's all full of demos. The sound is full of demos. The audio is rough, but it's something about the qualitative research, those conversations that you can't get from a survey, you can't get from like some questionnaire. These are things that you have to know these people, and hopefully you'll get something from it. So thank you.
We captured it through the lenses of our eyes, in a way, what it meant to us to live in this environment. So knowing everything that we know now, and knowing that everything that we was talking about has started to happen in terms of the redevelopment, the pushing out, the land grab, there's this powerlessness I feel. Our parents have come here for a better future, and in many ways it seems like that has happened, but also seems like that hasn't.
How I feel is that it's a story of migration, and anytime a family decides to relocate, or a person decides to relocate into a new environment to live a better life, there are always consequences that come with those decisions.
Even Sunday when they talk about the property stuff, and I was reading like £4,000 just a month for rent. Something that was in King's Cross, and I think fucking hell, that's expensive. And so, you know, right now I'm at Elephant Castle, and I'm looking at this particular high-rise flats that they look really pretty inside, but I know that defo the rents here, it's definitely dramatically increased from what it was 10 years ago. It was Haygate Estate, and obviously with social housing, you know, obviously the estates maybe will sort eye to maybe Elephant Castle, and then, you know, Southwark Council goes into regeneration projects. But, you know, for my own research, I've written a 6,000-word academic paper on gentrification. That's the smart technology in cities. You know, that is a sort of dismantling of a community, and it's upsetting to see. Looking at houses that you knew you grew up in, but you could probably not afford to even live in it, so yeah.
See that building there? That was meant to be built during the recession or just before the recession, but because of it, it had to be postponed. And I remember we used to call it the hotel. There used to be like an old hotel there, and it was run down. You remember how like Waterloo and Elephant used to have like massive rundown buildings? Remember on that roundabout towards St. Thomas's, there was like a building that was massive, where Park Plaza is now, and it was a complete rundown car park. Like I remember when like it looked apocalyptic around here. Do you remember that? You remember that? Yeah. On the roundabout? Mm-hmm. It's mad.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome, which we don't take into consideration. We don't take into consideration the trauma that's caused through being in a gang and the things that you might see. You don't even have to be in a gang. The Woolwich boys, the Somalians that came over from war to Somalia, to an extent they're treated for the things that they've had to see and endure. But it's been a war zone here in London. Do you know what I mean? In the early 2000s, it was a war zone, and we don't take that into consideration. Okay, we're not crack babies and whatnot, but there are kids that they're completely apathetic. They have no sense of emotion, of empathy, of anything, of reason, because their dad was a live wire, probably a little bit trigger happy, and their mum was never really shown love and accidentally got pregnant. Do you know what I mean? And then you've got to grow up in an environment, and your parents don't know how to deal with that because they didn't know, their parents didn't know how to, and it just comes as a cycle, and then you think you're normal, and it's not. You try and function in like a 9-to-5 work setting, and people don't last because they don't have the skills that would enable them to kind of sustain those kind of relationships. That it's hard enough to chop and change from being a little bit road to then having to go into the corporate environment as it is. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking hard. But if you don't have the skills but you need an income, how do you change that? So then you're stuck with low-level kind of menial jobs. So you never get the skills, you never get the money, and it's just continue the cycle.
Serious. So fingers crossed, I'm looking at how we're going to organise a few things on the square. Right. Even if it's like films, market, the whole shebang.
This square, they're going to knock this down. They're knocking it down,
yeah,
right?
That's coming down at some point. And I need to introduce you to the people that are running the, what do you call it? The drama school.
Where's that?
There, Mount
next
View.
door to it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they've got recordings, they're going to have everything in there, so I need to introduce you guys.
I'm up for it.
Listen, you need to come and have a look at my garages, you know.
Yeah, for real. On Oaken Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you haven't seen it, have you?
No, I've heard about it. I'll be there though. Yeah, man.
But listen, when?
Soon, brother. Soon.
Yeah?
The film's coming. The film's coming.
The film's coming. Nigerian soon, British soon? Which one is it?
It's soon. This
No.
British soon.
Okay, good.
Funny because through the struggle of our experiences, we've created a cultural hub that other people have come inside benefit from without any of the quote-unquote sacrifices. Just, I love it, it's diverse, it's colourful, and wow, I'm at it, take over. And then now you have us inside looking out. Where we grew up, but now we're looking on the outside of, have you heard there's this new area, there's this new this, there's this new that, but everything is not by us, everything is based, funnily enough, around black, like jazz, so jazz event, you know? The music and the vibe and everything, like the surroundings, everything else was far from it. It almost highlighted a point that Carla made years ago when he said, what is black is cool except the people, you know? I don't know, whatever we produce is cool, but us. Absolutely. You know what I mean? So you like our music, you like our this, that, and, but for us actually there, oh no, that's a bit, you're too, no. Can I enjoy you from afar, please?
And you divorce the creativity from the creative, from the artist.
That's the problem.
When you think about like how people are influenced to live in social housing, the lifestyle's just different, really, isn't it? And it's kind of like not to sound corny or whatever, but like it's through like all of that adversity that like these ideas come out. When I'm thinking about how that looks like in the future, it's weird. I'm feeling in like definitely in a weird position because, like I said, it's kind of I don't really feel like much effort has been focused on like what is happening in South, and it's kind of alright. For example, so if we're talking about the Haygate now, which has obviously been knocked down, it's kind of there's a whole culture within the Haygate estate by itself. You know, like a whole group of people who are doing like a whole like bunch of things, and like you know. Like their lives were interconnected with other people, and that is not there anymore.
When we went up to the rooftop in the National Theatre, and there was that red backdrop, that, to me, that red backdrop was like a wall of separation, or some type of mental block, some type of physical block. It felt like a place of limbo to me, you know, where they send you to be separated, like in between place, you know, neither night or day. And I don't know, I felt almost when you're stranded, when you've been separated by, I don't know, something or someone, naturally there's going to be a resentment there. Naturally there's going to be some type of anger. You know, it feels so overwhelming at times. I don't know, it's just, how do you cope mentally? How do you cope spiritually? How do we progress? That's what I think I'm trying to get at.
Metaphorically use that wall as a barrier. That's what it is. Basically, it's a barrier. And in life, we have many different obstacles that we have to overcome. So that's just one barrier. But it's a case of sometimes, rather than trying to find a way of how to get around this wall or over this wall, it comes to a point where, you know what, I'll rather just lean against the wall. You know, lean against the wall and just feel, you know? For a large part of life in London growing up is that you're learning about yourself in this environment and what you can and what you can't do. You know, what is possible and what is not possible. And now the reality is that living in London, one of the most expensive places to live in the world, requires you to have to make sacrifices. And those sacrifices could be sacrificing having a family, settling down, in order to try to gain some kind of financial security. A price does come with that. You can't have it both ways unless you are very successful. Everyone wants to have their own house. Everyone wants to have, you know, their own place, drive a nice fancy car, you know, live a decent life. But to live that decent life is a lot harder than it looks. And the reality is it's a lot harder for some than others. You'll find that many artists who have a passion for art go through this kind of struggle where they're having to sacrifice their passion in order just to make ends meet. And that is the reality for a lot of artists who are not able to meet all their financial requirements through their creative work. Basically, their creative work is not paying bills. You know, I think the first realization you come to is that, you know, this is going to take a lot longer than I first thought. And that can create an element of self-doubt. You start to doubt your creativity. You start to doubt your belief. The lack of belief can lead to depression. Depression will also bring about some mental health deterioration. So it's all interlinked because we live in a world where we're faced with all sorts of pressures. And if there's something that gives you pleasure, joy, happiness, and stimulates your mind from a creative standpoint, you're not able to utilize that in order to be successful within your chosen art of creativity. It's obviously going to affect you in some way, and then you're going to want to point the finger at someone or something. The reality is that you have to just work hard, you know, you have to struggle. Sometimes your struggles may not pay off, sometimes it's a case of what are you willing to do? How far are you willing to go as a human being in general? You know, there may not be opportunities here, but are you willing to travel abroad or relocate out of London in order to seize that opportunity? Or are you someone that is going to stay within the same place and then look for someone to blame? You know, the reality is that no society is perfect, and we don't live it within a perfect country. This country does have problems like any other country, but at the same time, that what can we do? The reality is we're only here for a certain period of time before we go anyway. If we're able to achieve what we envision ourselves achieving, then that's great. If we're not, it's something we have to come to terms with.
Don't let the night. This could be any night, on any city or sober desolation. For that we wish to do, we do not. This could be any night, in any state of hate. The brewing comfort of depression, cradling us as if some long-lost friend only calls when want is found. This could be any night, in any borough of forgotten hope, locking ourselves in and painting walls black, sealing the morning beam from a roundabout, not wanting to wait till morning's day. This could be any night. In any village that charms all who dwell at its gates, dazzling arrays of embers, kindling, wanting, desires, shame. This could be any night. Don't let the night.
If you want to ask any questions, feel free to. I'm going to sit here. If not, I want to get on with the AV stuff. But yeah. Oh, Nicholas, you want to come and join me quickly? Actually. We can actually just quickly talk. I mean, it's kind of funny looking back at something like this. And I look at it with kind of sometimes a bit of a, I don't know, I'm very audacious. And you know, you look at when you're younger, sometimes you look at things you do and you think, oh, you cringe almost at how audacious you were. But it's kind of funny, like, when we talk about the creative, like in that film, in that piece, there's a scene with the National Theatre, and because National Theatre is actually in Southwark, you don't actually think about these things. You don't actually think, like, how close it is. I lived in East Street Market, and I could cycle from my house, from my doorstep, to Westminster in like 18 minutes. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you don't realize how much of the space, how much like value, cultural value the space is until like you've moved out, and it's like other people have, you know, moved in a sense. And it's kind of funny because I'm now actually in a training program with the National Theatre around set design, performance design. And, you know, it's that kind of ongoing, I kind of got into spatial practice or spatial justice by accident, by, you know, living in an area where you don't have much say in terms of the development, the programming of design and you know, spatial design. So it's kind of by curiosity, I've kind of got into it. And so I'm learning more about how to organize spaces, how to design spaces, how to scrutinize spaces and speculate spaces. So these are things which I'm kind of like really interested in doing. And this guy is like, you know, in terms of like space, he's now building a space. He's built a space for the community. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to mention anything that you kind of pick up on.
I mean, I think for me, the most important part is seeing a film like this on this kind of platform, because I think as communities, one thing that we're not always good at is archiving and telling our story. And I think if you look at, you know, my part in it, it's really about how do we show that we're here and we're always here? You know, I actually grew quite frustrated at him actually, year one, because
that when I said that I'll be ready, it was like another year later, isn't it? Like 18.
So, but the thing is, that's how you have to, you know, being a community person, that's how you have to understand people, that sometimes they're not ready, and also understanding when people are ready. You know, when he told me that he had this film, he came highly recommended by my daughter. So it was like, okay, he's okay, even though I don't know him. And I remember saying, okay, you're going to show your film. He's like, yeah, I'm going to show my film. And I'm like, where's this film? We did the first year, no film. And I think, anyway, let me be careful how I use my language. I think I promised to break his foot if he didn't show it in the second film. But again, you know...
Was my name on the flyer and I didn't show up or something?
Well, we didn't get that far, lucky enough.
Right.
But I think, again, this is what's important, because I think there's lots of people doing great community stuff. And it's not that we're not documenting it. We're There we are. It's not that we're not documenting it. I think one of the issues is that we're not archiving it. And people are not seeing that full history of what's actually happening. And I think for me and what I do, it's important that people are archiving what's been done, what's happening. So there's a point that we can all go back to and reference. And, you know, going back to what I said earlier, it's about how do people carry on that struggle and continue that struggle. And I think for me, it's really good that Daniel's been able to put this film out, because I think if you look at Elephant and Castle, it almost looks like nobody actually wanted to do anything. But this film's documenting that things have been done, and even if we're losing, it's been done. And I think that's what's really, really important. And it's really about hearing different people's voices. Like, I got my project, and maybe it might be a successful project, but we've got to talk about all those things that didn't happen, because that's what drives people like us to carry on doing what we're doing. And also, it's about getting him to tell the story from his perspective as well. So I'm kind of really glad that he's done it.
Yeah. And I think there's something about the unfinished demo that is also quite transparent. Like, a lot of this stuff I would maybe 5 years ago I would never let anyone see, because it's just not really finished.
Yeah, he said it was too grainy.
This is not the film I wanted to make. It's the film I could make with the time I had, you know, working a full-time job, running around. you know, just sometimes putting stuff together and just putting it out there, and even just using some gear that is like, you know, kind of, this is an extension of that concept of like, you know, maybe you don't have to have the best equipment. Sometimes just showing what you have and just putting, you know, putting your hand in your pocket and seeing what you've got and explaining that story is something. There's a process in there that's interesting. A lot of people may get some insight from that. So, you know, not to say that this is it, but I think, you know, where we're at right now, and where I was kind of born in a weird era where first year of uni we had floppy disks, next year of uni we had iPods. So that kind of in-between space of like analog childhood, digital adulthood is a very weird space where I think a lot of us who prints out pictures on their phone by phone, we take so many pictures, who actually prints them out, put them on the wall, put them in the catalog. It's almost like if that phone now just disappears or the chip goes, it's almost like those memories didn't exist, you know. It's like, where do these memories go? If you go to an area and it's been redeveloped and you're trying to think, I knew something used to be here, but I don't know what it is. That's a memory gone, you know what I mean? And we welcome the investment, but it's at the price of sometimes our memories. So I'm kind of very interested in that duality of exploring that investment aspect and also the memory loss that comes with it. Because if you don't remember, you know, who are you? You know, how can you dream then? You know, if you don't know, you know, what you like, or you know, you hear a sound, it takes you back to some time, you smell something, it puts you in a location. These are moments of like time travel and, you know, so I'm really interested in that. And sometimes the medium is rough or whatever it is, but sometimes that's what it takes. And my time is limited. I've got many things I'm doing, but sometimes just showing something, a flash of that is interesting. This is like a flash. That's all it is. And yeah, we need to speak up, especially us in the diaspora. You know, this experiment of us coming to the West or being, my mum came here, like I said, she wanted to go back to Nigeria. That has not happened to her. You know, she's retired soon. She's retiring soon in this country. So, you know, yeah, it's kind of like we're at a change in this country. 10 years of Tory government and Brexit and COVID and all these pandemics. We're changing. Something's happening, and maybe we're at the last. Because I feel like my diaspora, the community I grew up with, is gone. You know, what they did with Haygate was a whole village, and they just literally moved it. So we're here to say we were here. And also the title, Did We Leave Lights On? It's a concept of like, you know, sometimes you leave your house, you forget, you think, oh, did I leave the lights? Did I forget to switch something off? Maybe I did. I go back and you can't get in. The doors are locked. Some lights are on, someone's in there, but it's not you. And I think that's what the process of regeneration is sometimes it's violent almost. It's very hurtful because you struggle in those areas. You grow up, you have to grow a thick skin in this area, and then to not kind of enjoy the fruits of that is hurtful. Something about that is kind of, I don't know, fundamentally, maybe spiritually wrong. But yeah. Any questions? Oh. Go, yeah.
It's not really a question, but I just want to say that I caught the last bit of it. It was at 4 o'clock, sorry. Yeah, like just seeing that, because obviously I'm your sister, so we grew up. I'm sorry, is anyone thinking like, why has this girl got so much? But just seeing that, because I've driven like around our old area, and it actually is really like emotional, and you're seeing all this regeneration, but you don't see the people that you used to see when you were growing up. And sometimes I think, oh, I wish we had that when we were growing up. Like I wish we had like all that space to create and stuff, but everything was really like squashed and like congested. And now I'm older, again, I don't live in that area, I kind of live a bit further out, but it's still south, but it's more spacious. But yeah, just going back, like it's really inspiring. And I think the whole thing about documentation is really important, because sometimes when I'm clearing up my phone, it's like I make sacrifices of deleting things because you got to buy storage, or, you know, and just it's giving me ideas to like how to archive things actually in like physical like formats and stuff like that. And yeah, I just want to say it was really inspiring. Also, one question, the person that was narrating before the poem or the piece, like what Harry, what's
Harry Elemu. So Harry Elemu is the guy that taught me photography, and he's not here today, but Harry's almost a genius, but, you know, he's unsung. You know, he can draw, he kind of, just a media expert, just like a genius in a way, but someone who, I don't know, wasn't able to really have the access. You know, so many talented people I know that don't have access and don't have the ability to dream and to kind of push through, you know, whether it be time or just resources. But yeah, he's a genius, and yeah. We went to school together, and yeah, Harry Elemu.
I just wanted to say, I'm really sorry because I've got to go. That's why I kept putting my hand up. I just want to say it's actually a brilliant film and it's really important. And I grew up, well, but not I grew up, but my kids and everybody grew up near the Haygate. But actually your past has been destroyed. And I don't call it redevelopment and regeneration because who are we regenerating? We're not regenerating you. I mean, it's regeneration for a whole group of other people. And I'm not saying that, the only people who've got money can live there now. There's only about 60 units. The whole of your community some were sent miles out of that area. And they should have renovated. And it's your community. And I mean, I can't speak for what you have lost. But what I do know is that you cannot keep on destroying ordinary, amazing people's past. So I think it's a genius film. I love the way, I mean, I'm a filmmaker as well, so I can say I love the way it's put together too. But actually, it's a really important document. And just on the business of you being at the National now, I did an event here at the Tate with young people quite a long time ago. And I was here at the entrance, well, in the Turbine Hall at 7 o'clock, because we had 1 hour to rehearse here in the evening before we did a big event the next day. And I'm looking at my phone, and my watch, and I'm going, well, where are you all? And they went, we're outside. And I went, well, come in. And they went, are we allowed? And I think, having all this culture on the South Bank, I've had kids down here from Newham, didn't know they could come in. It's that whole barrier, and I think that was a brilliant part of the film, as well as the community and the life, the barrier that the culture puts up with the red wall. I thought that was genius as well. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry because I have to go to something, and Nicholas will explain. But
no problem.
anyway, thank you all.
Thank
for
you.
letting me speak.
So thank you for that. I didn't get to see the whole film, but what I did catch was that undercurrent of lost opportunities or broken opportunities of success. And that was quite heavy for me in the film, because as much talent as someone might have, what are those opportunities for them to break through, and get to this top or wherever that may be? And it's just all of that lost hope along the way. And, with destruction of whole communities, the people that might have spurred you on, inspired you, encouraged you, supported you, from an emotional, mental, physical, cultural perspective, that's taken away. And I just wonder how many people's dreams have been broken and lost along the way with the destruction of this community. So
I think it's really important to just highlight those things. I think even for planners, people that work in the built environment, architects, developers, it's important to understand this is not how you build communities. This is not how you add cultural value, and this is not how you influence the cultural landscape of a country. It's just something about that it's important that we tell that story. So yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, you have a question?
I guess this project's all about creating connections, but I wanted maybe as the last kind of comment from Daniel to return to this notion of the archive, and also to ask Richard about that concept within his own work, because all of the activities that happen within the tent are being documented, and hopefully all of that will become publicly available. But Richard can speak to this, but I suppose the thing for me that's most interesting about it is that it brings lots of voices from lots of different spaces together. And Nicholas spoke about that a lot earlier. But I guess, Daniel, how are you thinking about that concept of archiving? How are you applying it to the work that you're doing now? And also, Richard, would you like to say any comments about what the archive means within the embassy framework?
It means a lot. No.
Love it.
No, look, it's really important, that all these discussions here, just in this embassy, in this city, there's been so much has been said about what's gone on in this place, over the last 40, 50 years even. So, yeah, I got to say, I don't do much with the archive. The archive that I use is probably my memory, which is not so good. And I keep battering it with alcohol, so it's not getting any better. So, but as far as this archive is, I got people, and they do the recording and the storage and the recall and putting it online and making it accessible. I'm just sitting back. I'm not really into the archive. Sorry. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing.
I think there's no wrong. I think it's interesting because I'm trying to entertain the idea of a living archive. This is an archive, you know. You know what I mean? Our conversation, me being here, you being here, it's all an archive, and so I think it's important that it's treated as alive. And even when you store these things away, they're people's memories, experiences, and you have to kind of approach it with a kind of a humility to be like, I didn't create this work. These people put the work in, and it's important to kind of like let people in and let people have access to that, freely. There is Southwark Library and there's all these things, and Nicholas is right, we should be archiving our stuff. It's a lengthy process, it's a laborious process, it's a boring process sometimes, and so it takes a bit of time, especially if you have various different mediums and formats that you record this stuff on, you have to kind of take the time. But I'm trying to produce artifacts and archives and places where people can actually access. But yeah, it's an ongoing thing, and it's a fluid thing. But yeah, it's something which I feel is alive, and I try to, in my performance media aspect, I try to bring that out and tell stories of that from archive memories and stuff.
Seems like a perfect segue.
Thank you.
Performance media.
My name's Janine Rowe. I'm a long-term resident of the Old Kent Road. I've lived in Southwark and the Old Kent Road for close to 40 years. There are kind of 4 essential organisations that I'm involved in. I'm involved in my own residents association, Southwark Planning Network, which has a broader remit across the whole of Southwark and planning in general. Politically, the Old Kent Road Labour Party, and the Old Kent Road Community Campaign. I hadn't really appreciated what opportunity areas were and what they meant and what the implications of them are for people who live in that locality. And so I was on a steep learning curve. I mean, I was obviously very aware of the impacts of regeneration in other parts of London and, of course, more broadly across the country and internationally. But I hadn't really given much thought, or really, as I say, much status comes these massive housing targets imposed by central government on local government, on the GLA, on the Mayor of London, and then along with local councils identifying areas across London which may be suitable for achieving these enormous housing targets. I hadn't understood or didn't know that brownfield sites, these industrial areas, these industrial sites, were no longer just designated for industrial usage, that actually they could be, their usage could be changed to that of residential, which that was a change. What I came to learn was, as a result of the Old Kent Road achieving this opportunity area status, all of the landlords that were owning all of these industrial sites around the Old Kent Road were wanting to sell. Lots of landlords started thinking about selling up, and all of these sites were being bought up by developers to achieve these enormous housing targets. And then allied to that, there was also this idea, this notion that the Bakerloo line was going to be extended from the Elephant and Castle down to Lewisham and potentially beyond. So you have this Wild West kind of trading on the Old Kent Road, where land values started to increase massively as a result of this opportunity area status. It seemed to present itself as an opportunity for the council to divest itself of some of its social housing. And I'm aware, and I certainly was aware, that with an opportunity area status, there was going to be a shift in population and a shift in the kinds of people who could afford to live on the Old Kent Road, and that industry that I was surrounded by was disappearing. So every morning when I would see people kind of coming and going to the offices, to the small light industry, the industrial estates, that was over time decreasing because these places were being closed. I'm aware, as somebody who has massively benefited from being able to live in high quality social housing. I was a key worker when I worked. I could afford to pay my rent. I had a good place to live. That kind of opportunity was becoming less and less for people in my position. I mean, I don't know anywhere around the world where it hasn't resulted in a displacement of people in lower income brackets, working class communities, diverse, multicultural communities, are always negatively impacted, it seems to me, by regeneration.
Livesey Exchange, again, another project that I founded and initiated, which is being built on the Old Kent Road. I don't think Southwark owns as much land as most people think they do. A lot of us leave a lot of responsibility to Southwark Council, which means that Southwark will determine what their priorities are and how they intend to build things. So, for example, you look at our project, Livesey Exchange, you know, it's supposed to be a collaboration between Livesey Exchange, PemPeople, and Southwark Council. And, you know, yeah, they've given us land, but the issue is, you know, I think as communities, we should build up our capacity to be able to manage such land. You know, for me, it's been quite difficult because I think this is really the first time a small community group has embarked on such. And, you know, what I will say is that it's not impossible. I think as communities, we need to learn how to leverage, you know, what we want. So, for example, instead of going and march, no offence, instead of marching down to Parliament and marching back again, you know, we should all club together, petition our councillors, our MPs, and say that piece of land is available. We want it to be only social housing. Let's just say, for example, young people in between leaving their parents' homes and going on to build their own property. Now, if we leave it to the council's going to give it to developers, because it means that they don't have to spend any money, and developers need to recuperate their money, which means that there will never ever be enough social housing in Southwark. And I think, you know, the problem is that we've left everything to, and I will say this, you know, because personally I don't really care, we've left it to Southwark Council officers who don't even live in the borough, who don't know what people are actually going through. Galvanised a lot of people, also associated it to my tape project and other things that I was doing. They then gave us the garages just on Old Kent Road. And I think it wasn't a case of saying, oh, the council's not giving us money. It's like, you know what, we've got nothing, so let's start with nothing. So, you know, I've kind of built that up to a place that it's become a go-to place, really. Unfortunately, when Grenfell happened, we've got tower blocks just above us. So Southwark decided to give us a piece of land that
My name's Janine Rowe. I'm a long-term resident of the Old Kent Road. I've lived in Southwark and the Old Kent Road for close to 40 years. There are kind of four essential organisations that I'm involved in. I'm involved in my own residents association, Southwark Planning Network, which has a broader remit across the whole of Southwark and planning in general. Politically, the Old Kent Road Labour Party, and the Old Kent Road Community Campaign. I hadn't really appreciated what opportunity areas were and what they meant and what the implications of them are for people who live in that locality. And so I was on a steep learning curve. I mean, I was obviously very aware of the impacts of regeneration in other parts of London and, of course, more broadly across the country and internationally. But I hadn't really given much thought or really, as I say, had much understanding of what an opportunity area status did to an area and how allied to an opportunity area status comes these massive housing targets imposed by central government on local government, on the GLA, on the Mayor of London, and then along with local councils identifying areas across London which may be suitable for achieving these enormous housing targets. I hadn't understood or didn't know that brownfield sites, these industrial areas, these industrial sites, were no longer just designated for industrial usage, that actually they could be their usage could be changed to that of residential, which that was a change. What I came to learn was, as a result of the Old Kent Road achieving this opportunity area status, all of the landlords that were owning all of these industrial sites around the Old Kent Road were wanting to sell. Lots of landlords started thinking about selling up, and all of these sites were being bought up by developers to achieve these enormous housing targets. And then allied to that, there was also this idea, this notion that the Bakerloo line was going to be extended from the Elephant Castle down to Lewisham and potentially beyond. So you have this Wild West kind of trading on the Old Kent Road, where land values started to increase massively as a result of this opportunity area status. It seemed to present itself as an opportunity for the council to divest itself of some of its social housing. And I'm aware, and I certainly was aware, that with an opportunity area status, there was going to be a shift in population and a shift in the kinds of people who could afford to live on the Old Kent Road, and that industry that I was surrounded by was disappearing. So every morning when I would see people kind of coming and going to the offices, to the small light industry, the industrial estates, that was over time decreasing because these places were being closed. I'm aware, as somebody who has massively benefited from being able to live in high quality social housing.
a network where we can all communicate with each other and do a bit of a push when necessary. Yeah, it feels like the housing targets, I'm sure they're there well, I'm sure there is an argument that they're there for all the right reasons. There's also an argument that there's some other reasons going on. But just take the right reasons, for sure there's a big need. But even if all those targeted housing numbers were delivering to that need spot on, which I don't think they are, but even if they were, alongside addressing one challenge, you're creating other challenges, other problems, because the scenario just doesn't work for everything that's needed in the area. You can't have those colossal housing numbers, even in a steroided up configuration, towers and very high density. You can't have that and enough of the right kind of accommodation, even to just re-accommodate the economy that's there, let alone allow for significant diversification and expansion. It seems possible. It's like becoming housing trumps all other needs, and that's, to me, seems like that's the part of the problem I'm most aware of and horrified by, that it gets presented as a scenario that can do all things for all people, and yet it self-evidently isn't. It just can't fit, it can't work. The scenario's wrong, and the most obvious part of that is the numbers are too high. You can't achieve them. You try and come up with you try and imagine a scenario that could genuinely meet a wider range of needs. The key thing that has to happen is a much lower housing target. Well, it seems at the moment that Southwark are seeing their land assets, both existing and rapidly being acquired, as all at the service of this one objective, which is delivering more housing, full stop. A single objective of type, the type of accommodation, what it's for, what configuration it has, but also it seems very unambitious on who's going to own it and what's going to happen into the future. How do you make a provision, accommodation that you have judged is important to have? They don't seem to be thinking that through, moving anywhere exciting. I'm expecting them to be setting up special kinds of trusts and ownership vehicles, and this is how we can work out genuinely mixed and co-location, very different uses within developments or alongside. How do we do something more ambitious on the whole workspace challenge, which, by the way, is not just about industrial, it's also about forms of office and studio accommodation. It's also about retail and other frontage high street uses. All of these things have a space problem, and the council could be actively engaging in that. They could be a participant and an enabler in the development that meets the needs. They could be doing something even more ambitious with the housing as well. So it's not just housing units, it's not just standard flats of different bedroom numbers, but what about the council doing something innovative with the housing type? What about if people do work from home more? What if it's not just sitting at the kitchen table with a computer, but it grows a little bit? What if someone wants to have a couple of employees? What happens if making jam in the kitchen grows into a little business and they want to package it? And they're not being nimble and creative and imaginative. They're just seeing it as, we can help get housing developed. And that's certainly seems sad, but it seems rather wrong. It's all driving the same way. The land assets, the acquisition, how they're using that to enable development, how they're swinging around the planning system and aligning it with this single objective. the world will be happy if there's more housing units. And it's just like, well, it's not as simple as that, is it?
Would you like to know how chat
of Elm Estate residents and supportive neighbours who are campaigning to keep an inner city ball court in Elm Estate on Long Lane in Bermondsey from development. Yeah, well, firstly, you don't build on ball courts, full stop. Nobody's against council housing. We're in favour of more council housing and better council housing. But we say that you don't build on ball courts and you don't build on parks. They're off limits because in this particular case, the Ellen Ball Court is right in the middle of the most densely populated ward in Southwark. It's invaluable as a community asset in its own right. So we're looking at children's mental and physical health and well-being. We're also looking at the problems around engagement and consultation. There hasn't been proper engagement. The consultation is sketchy at best. So we're actually amplifying the voice of estate residents who are against the development. I think the NIMBY-YIMBY labels are reductive. They've been traced back to pro-developer corporations in the States. I think they're completely counterproductive to reduce the argument to this kind of name calling. As I've said, nobody's against quality social housing or building more social housing, and in fact there are good opportunities to build on genuine brownfield sites. But this NIMBY-YIMBY label is being used along with emotional blackmail about social housing needs to basically enclose public land. And it's as serious as the enclosures of past centuries, especially when some of the developments include private housing. So it is literally stealing from public land to create private housing. So the solution to the housing crisis, which is a result of poor strategy and planning going back years, if not decades, is not to rob Peter to pay Paul.
I'm Harps Orgula. I'm a solicitor, a planning advisor at Southwark Law Centre, which is a charity in the centre of the borough in Peckham, but advises people across the borough on various matters, and I focus on planning. We've got funding there for a project to provide advice, representation, advocacy, and just sort of community development, in part organisation on planning issues in the borough. It's quite difficult in the position that Southwark are in. I suppose to answer this question, we need to sort of look at Southwark being a pawn in a wider defunct system now, and there are some policies in place, but they're not enforced against the pursuit of profit of developers often, or enough to offset the damage that those rampant development has caused. So I see a sort of more fair and equitable, sustainable policy being just reversing that on its head and really putting people's needs at the heart of planning, and planning definitely on public land. If you repurposed all the empty homes in the borough, for example, you wouldn't meet all of the housing need. But at the moment, there's development going on that is tower blocks of 60-65% unaffordable properties, which are likely to still remain empty. And that fundamentally is wrong. And on public land, there's still pressure to sell it to developers, have them build and then sell back the affordable 35% social affordable housing. I just think that system isn't serving the need that we clearly have, and that needs to change. And councils need to start by keeping their own land and working with their communities on what is built.
Yeah, it's been really inspiring. So we've been sharing support, we've been sharing information, we've been sharing tactics, and also, you know, it's a really good opportunity to see that you fit into some kind of a bigger picture, and that you're not alone.
Yeah, so we focus on a number of things at Southwark Law Centre, which has sort of been honed by the support that has been asked for of the project since it began in 2017, because actually in its inception it was kind of a novel project. No other law centre in the country does this kind of work, but we knew that there was a need for advice on these matters, because people were getting letters and not knowing how to respond to them, and yeah, it was in the aftermath of some controversial estate developments in Southwark, and that coupled with engagement and thorough equality impact assessments in planning applications, a little bit of a reflection of the situation we've been put in, and a push to have a more open conversation about what we do with public land, the little that is left in Southwark. And this is after a history of a lot of selling off of large-scale estate land. But we're in the situation we're in, but there are other mechanisms to sort of get out of it. And I do think I really agree with Rob that you do have to question where these accusations are coming from, and often when you do look into who's calling you a NIMBY, it really is quite revealing.
I think it's really important to call a park, to call a garden, and what's happening is the developers tend to use words like sites to describe parks. So there's Peckham Green at the moment in just around the corner in Peckham. It's described as the Flaxyard site, which was actually really confusing in the consultation process. So many people didn't realise it related to their park that they use every day. So I think language is really important, and to call out the misuse of language or misuse of labels by developers.
It's so confusing. Language is really used to keep people in the dark. Oh, you were sent a letter, you had 21 days to respond, and people just don't relate to the language that's used in the letters at all. Also, it's to do with the use of land as not a public good, but a private commodity, sold, traded, and in a borough like ours, that commodity has ever increased in value, but that value is a pure sort of market value, what profit can be made, but not actually the value of how people use it and how it matters to their life and well-being. And what I've really noticed now, being able to speak to people again more, meet with people since our last lockdown, that has really made people look around them and see that a lot of what is happening isn't for them. And also it seems like madness, really. So many people have said, we'll look back in 10 years at what's going on and just say, you know, it was complete madness. And that is because land is scarce, it's bought and traded as a commodity, and it's on that system, it's not meeting the needs of people. And that's kind of the way I see the essence of it. So say the Peckham Green site, which you were campaigning there, that could have really been...
Really, as I say, had much understanding of what an opportunity area status
Yeah, my name is Jerry Flynn. I grew up on the Haygate estate, the Elephant and Castle, which is now, sadly, demolished. At least I think, sadly. And I began campaigning against the demolition of the Haygate estate, along with other people from the estate. Got ourselves together in a group called the Elephant Amenity Network. And out of that, we formed the 35% campaign, which campaigns for 35% affordable housing, which is the sort of baseline requirement of the local authority, Southwark Council, for the amount of affordable housing there should be in any new developments. Despite being the baseline requirement, they weren't getting it, or at least they weren't getting it 10 years ago when we, over 10 years ago, 2008, when we began campaigning. To a greater or lesser extent, regeneration is contested, but in some areas it's much less than in others. I think Southwark is one of the areas where it is most contested, simply probably because, first of all, we have a very high number of social rented homes, very high number of council houses, getting on for 40,000, second largest in the country, I understand. And much of the site of the regeneration involved knocking down these council houses, which doesn't please people living in them, whether they're renting them or whether they've bought them. And that has been going on for the last 20 years, or the process has been going on for the last 20 years. It kicked off really in about 1999, 2000. With the Haygate estate and the Aylesbury estate just off the Elephant and Castle and down the Walworth Road. And together they amounted to 4,000 council homes that were being demolished, which is 10% of Southwark's housing stock. And you can add to that the Wooddean estate in Peckham, the Elmington estate at Camberwell, and yeah, lump them all in together, and we've got nearly 5,000 council homes that were demolished and not replaced, certainly not replaced as council housing, and by and large not replaced as social rented housing either, social rented housing being the alternative to council housing, the nearest alternative, the only difference being that it's let by a housing association rather than a local authority. The story of regeneration in Southwark up to now, I'm afraid, has been largely one of knocking down council estates and not replacing them, or replacing them, I should say, with developments that are largely
Thank you so much. No, I have to say, we've talked so much about the images that you saw just now. And Daniel, your willingness to do it all together and to bring them together live, it really speaks to the fragility and the absence and the forgetting. To see you do it live, to see kind of you power through the issues. No, it really speaks to all of the conversations we had today. So thank you for that. And you were a warrior. And this is going to become something beautiful. And I'm happy we all got to see the kind of precursor. But yes, huge thank you to Daniel Oduntan. Do you want to say a few words, or you just give me space? In that case, thank you to Daniel, thank you to Nicholas, Richard, everyone who's spoken today. We hugely appreciate it. And yes, we have one more weekend next week, and all of the material is live on the website now. So if you'd like to rewatch online or join next week, the live stream, you definitely can. But thank you from everyone here at the tape. And again, to Daniel, big round of applause.